Hello. 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 I was muted. Let's see. Alrighty. So yeah, just for update on what exactly my goal is. I'm gonna start streaming most days of the week and also Saturday. Gonna be covering a bit of history because I love it and because I think it's important for understanding the world, especially politics and the news and all that. Before once we cover history, we'll be also moving into my coverage of the news for the day, and usually ending every stream with some games. I play a lot of strategy games, play some shooters. I love MOBAs, all that. And then I'm going to take VODs of these streams and try and cut them up and turn them into YouTube videos and stuff. So, without further ado, hi, my name is Chase. I am starting this channel because I am a very opinionated person, and usually I'm very shy, but given the state of the country lately, I figured someone might as well start trying to push discourse and our politics in a more leftward agenda. I am generally a leftist. Politically, ideologically wise. For my basis of the world, I try and base everything on multiple sources, verifiable facts. I have a pretty in-depth knowledge of history. I find that you can't really understand history without understanding or you can't understand the current state of politics in the world without understanding history. So if you're looking to learn a little bit about history, I will be covering that, starting with world history and going up every day, just as a little warm up before we get into the news. So yeah, hope everyone enjoys. I think to begin, I'm gonna watch one of my favorite little comedy videos on history called The Entire History of the World, I guess, by Bill Wirtz. Fantastic comedy video. The best ways to start learning about a topic is through comedy. Also, when it comes to history in general, having a broad knowledge or getting a broad knowledge first before you start going in depth on any individual era or area of the world. You kind of need to know what all was happening around them beforehand and what led to it, because all cultures, all nations, they affect each other, and every era of history, in fact, affects the next one. So let me just bring up the video. There we go. Let's see. Oopsie. There we go.
Hi, you're on a rock, floating in space. Pretty cool, huh? Some of it's water. Fuck it. Actually, most of it's water. I can't even get from here to there without buying a boat. It's sad. I'm sad. I miss you. How did this happen? A long time ago. Actually, never. And also now. Nothing is no.
So with history, the further back you go, the more it just kind of becomes science. So we're going to get a real brief science overview of how the world formed.
Where? When? Never. Makes sense, right? Like I said, it didn't happen. Nothing was never anywhere. That's why it's been everywhere. It's been so everywhere, you don't need a where. You don't even need a when. That's how every it gets. Forget this. I want to be something, go somewhere, do something. I want things to change. I want to invent time and space. And I know it's possible because everything is here and it probably already happened. I just don't know when to start. And that's exactly where it started. Oh, I paused it. I think there's a universe now. What's it made of? Quarks and stuff. Ah, that's a thing. In a place. Don't like it? Try a new place at a different time. Try to stick together because the world is going to get bigger and emptier. But it's not empty yet. It's still very full and about 1,000,000,000 degrees. Great news, the quarks are now happily married in groups of 3 called a proton or a neutron. And there's something else flying around too that wants to join in but can't because it's still too... Great news, the protons and neutrons are now happily married to each other. Some of them even doubled up. Great news, the electrons have now joined in. Congratulations,
Chemistry.
the world is now a bunch of gas in space. But it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together.
And physics.
And it's getting closer together. It's a star. New shit just got made. Some stars burn out and die. Bigger stars burn out and die with passion and make some brand new, way crazier shit. Space dust. Which allows newer, more interesting stars to be made and then die and explode into even crazier space dust. So now stars have cool stuff around them, like rocks, ice, and funny clouds, which can make some very interesting things. Like this ball of flaming rocks, for example. Holy shit, we just got hit with another ball of flaming rocks. And it kind of made a mess, which is now the moon. Weather update, it's raining rocks from outer space. Weather update, those rocks might have had water inside them and now there's hot steam in the sky. Weather update, cooler temperatures today and the floor is no longer lava. Weather update, it's raining. Severe flooding alert, the entire world is now an ocean. Volcano alert, that's land. There's life in the ocean. What? Something's alive in the ocean. Oh cool, like a plant or an animal? No, a microscopic speck. It lives at the bottom of the ocean and eats chemical soup, which is being served hot and fresh, made from gnarly space ingredients left over from when it was raining rocks or whatever. Oh yeah, and it can do that. It has secret instructions written inside itself telling it how to build another one of itself. So that's pretty nifty, I would say. Tired of living at the bottom of the ocean? Now you can eat sunlight. Using a revolutionary technique, you can convert sunlight into food. Taste the sun. Side effect, now there's oxygen everywhere and the sky's blue.
I just had to redo the camera for whatever reason.
Maybe even a couple of times. It's a sponge. It's a plant.
Okay.
It's a worm and some other types of weird,
So
strange
video-wise,
water
we're
bugs and
now in
strange
the
fish.
Cambrian explosion. Start of life.
Wow, that's animals and stuff. But we're still in the ocean. Hey, can we go on land? No. Why? The sun is a deadly laser. Oh, okay. Not anymore, there's a blanket. Now the animals can go on land. Come on, animals, let's go on land. Nope, can't walk yet. And there's no food yet, so I don't care. Okay, will you learn to walk if there's plants up here? Maybe, said some bugs. And fish. Okay, so I can go on land, but I have to go back in the water to have babies. Learn to use an egg.
I was already doing that.
Use a stronger egg. Put water in it. Have a baby on land in an egg. Water is in the egg. Baby in the egg, in the water, in the egg. Works for me. Bye-bye, ocean. And now everything's huge, including bugs. Want to see a map of the land? Sure. Oh, fuck, now everything's dead. Just kidding, here are the survivors. Keep your eye on this one because it's about to become the dinosaurs. Here's another map of the land. Yeah, it broke apart, don't worry about it, it does that all the time. Here comes a meteor. And the dinosaurs are gone. It's mammal time, here come the mammals. Look at those breasts. Now they're gonna dominate the world, and one of them just learned how to grab stuff. And walk. No, like, walk like that. And grab stuff at the same time. And bang rocks together to make pointed rocks. Ouch. And set things on fire. Youch. And make crazy sounds with their voice. Which can mean different things. That's a human person. And now they're everywhere.
Hey.
Almost. Ice Age. What? You can walk over here? Cool. Not anymore. Well, I guess we're stuck here now. Let's review. There's people on the planet. And they're chasing
Good
their food.
review.
Fuck it, time to plant some grass. Look at this. I control the food now. Now everyone will want to be my friend and live near me. Let's all build houses, except mine is bigger because I own the food. This is great. I wonder if anyone else is doing this. Tired of using rocks for everything? Use
Settlements
metal.
and
It's
civilization
underground.
begin.
Better farming was just invented in a sweet dank valley right in between these two rivers, and the animals are helping. Guess what happens next? More food, and more people who came to buy the food. Now you need people to help make the food and keep track of the sales. And now you need houses for people to live in and people to make the houses. And now there's more people and they invent things, which makes things better. And more people come and there's more farming and more people to make more things for more people. And now there's business, money, writing, laws, power, society.
Woo.
Coming soon to a dank river valley near you. Meanwhile, out in the middle
Still
of nowhere,
living
the
it.
horse is probably being tamed. Why is all my metal so lame and lumpy? Tired of using lame, sad metal? Introducing bronze, made with special ingredient tin from the far lands of Tinland. I don't know, my dealer won't tell me where he gets it. Also, guess what?
For Tinland, that's one of the things a lot of historians aren't entirely sure where a lot of the like Bronze Age civilizations were getting most of their tin from. So no one. That's what the question mark's like.
Lands of Tinland. I don't know,
Somewhere
my dealer
over in
won't tell
Europe,
me where he
maybe?
gets it. Also, guess what? Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, they figured out how to put wheels on a horse. Now we're getting somewhere. Also,
Smart.
China. And did I mention? In this river valley civilization.
They disappear.
The Middle East is getting more complicated, maybe because it's in the middle of the East. Knock knock, or clop clop. It's the people with the horses. And they made an empire, and then everyone else copied their horses. Greeks! Ah look, it must be the Greeks, or a beta version of the Greeks. Let's check in with the Indus River Valley civilization. They're gone. Guess who's not gone? China. New arrivals in India. Maybe it's those horse people I was talking about, or their cousins or something. And they wrote some hymns and mantras and stuff. You could make a religion out of this. There's the Bronze Age collapse. Now the Phoenicians can get down to business.
Bronze Age collapse is one of the first, massive collapses of society. Pretty much all of the nations that we just went over here with, like Babylon, Assyria, the Hittites, all get wiped out during the Bronze Age collapse. Only Egypt survives.
Also, can we switch to a metal that's a little easier to find? Thanks. Look who came back to Israel. It's the 12 tribes of Israel. And they believe in God. Just one, though. He's got like a 10-step program. Here's some huge heads. Must be the Olmecs. The Phoenicians make some colonies. The Greeks copy their idea and make some colonies. The Phoenicians made a colony so big it makes colonies. Here comes the Assyrian Empire. Never mind, it's the Babylonian Median. It's the Persian Empire. Wow, that's big. Ah, the Buddha was just enlightened. Who's the Buddha? This guy, who sat under a tree for so long that he figured out how to ignore the fact that we're all dying. You can make a religion out of this. Oops, China just broke, but while it was breaking, Confucius was figuring out how to have good morals. Ah, the Greeks just had the idea of thinking about stuff. And right over here, Alexander just had the idea of conquering the entire Persian Empire. It's a great idea. He was great. And now he's dead. Hopefully the rest of the gang will be able to share the empire evenly between them. Knock knock, it's Chandragupta. He says, get the hell out of here. Will you get the hell out of here if I give you 500 elephants? Okay, thanks, bye. Time to conquer all of India. Or most of India. But what about this part? That's the Tamil Kings. No one conquers the Tamil Kings. Who are the Tamil Kings? Merchants, probably. And they've got spices. Who would like to buy the spices? Me, said the Arabians, swiftly buying it and selling it to the rest of the world. Hey, China put itself back together again, with good morals as their main philosophy. Actually, they have 3 main philosophies. Out here, the horse nomads run wild and free, and they would like to ransack your city. Let's check the Greekification levels of the Greekified kingdoms. Greekification overload. Bye, said the Parthians. Bye, said the Jews. Hi, said the Parthians, taking over the entire place. Hey, said the Romans, eating the entire Mediterranean for breakfast. Thanks for invading our homeland, said the Jews, who were starting to get tired of people invading their homeland. Hi, everything's great, said some guy who seems to be getting very popular.
They are in the middle of everybody.
For being too popular, which only makes him more popular. You can make a religion out of this. Want silk? Now you can buy it from China. They just made a brand new road to the world.
Silk Road also had a lot of routes going to India and then going by sea into the Mediterranean and into Egypt and all that. But yeah.
Or you can get their own water. Sick, new trade routes, said India, accidentally spreading their religion to the entire southeast.
It's been a while since I've watched
for an
this.
epic trading kingdom. There goes Buddhism traveling up the Silk Road. I wonder if it'll reach China before it collapses again. Remember the Persian Empire? Yep, said the Persians, making a new one. Axum is getting so powerful they would like to build a long stick. Has anyone populated Madagascar yet? Let's do it together. China's home again. Then it broke again. Still can't cross the Sahara Desert? Try camels. Hell yeah, now we got business, said the Ghana Empire, selling lots of gold. It's like, hi, I live in the Roman Empire, and I was wondering, is loving Jesus legal yet? No.
No.
Actually, okay, sure, said Constantine, moving the capital way over here to be closer to his main rival. Don't worry about Rome, it won't fall. It's the golden age of India. There's the Gupta Empire, not Chandragupta, just Gupta. First name Chandra. The first. Guess who's in Rome? Barbarians. What's a barbarian? Non-Romans, said the Romans, being invaded by non-Romans. R.I.P. Roman Empire. Or actually just half of it. The other half is just fine. But it's not in Rome anymore, so let's give it a new name. The Mayans have figured out the stars. Oh, and here's a huge city. Population everyone. The Gok Turks have taken over the entire Eurasian steppe. Great job, Gok Turks. How's India? Broken. How's China? Back together. How's those trading kingdoms? Bigger and there's more of them. Korea has 3 kingdoms. Japan has a kingdom. It's the Sunrise Kingdom. Deep in the Arabian desert, on the top of
Shortest intermission ever.
a mountain, the real God whispers in Muhammad's ear. So he goes down to the cube where everyone worships gods, and he tells them their gods are all fake. And everyone got so mad at him that he had to leave town and go to a different town. You can make a religion out of this, and maybe conquer the world as well. The Roman Empire is long gone, but somehow the Pope is still the Pope. Plus there's new kingdoms all over Europe. I wonder if there's room for Moors. Here's all the wisdom. In a house. It's the Baghdad House of Wisdom. Just in time for the Islamic Golden Age. rich. Let's bring stuff to the coast and sell it and become the Swahili on the Swahili coast, said the Swahili on the Swahili coast. Remember this tiny space you have to go through to get from here to there? Someone owns that now. Want to get enlightened in the middle of nowhere? The Franks have the biggest kingdom in Europe, and the Pope is so proud that he invites the king over for Christmas. Surprise, you're the new Roman emperor, said the Pope, pretending to still be part of the Roman Empire. Then the Franks broke their kingdom into what will later be called
Europe
France
pretends
and
to be the
France.
Roman Empire a
Northerners,
lot.
just Norse if you don't have much time, are
Always
exploring.
chasing that
They go
high.
north, from the north to the northern north, and they find some land, 2 types of land, and they name them accordingly. They also invade some other places and get called many names, such as Vikings. There's the Rus, the Kievan Rus. Are they Vikings? I don't think so, said the Kievan Rus. Okay, fair enough. The Pope is ready to make some more emperors of the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. It's actually Germany, but don't worry about it. New kingdoms.
Christianize all the kingdoms.
Which brand would you like? Mine's better. Mine's better. Mine's better. Time to conquer England, said William. It's a bird, it's a plane. It's the Seljuk Turks, said the Byzantine Empire, who's getting so small it almost doesn't exist anymore. We need help. They need help, so they call the Pope. Hey, Pope, can you help us get rid of the Seljuks? Maybe take back the Holy Land on the way? Come on, I know you want to take back the Holy Land. Yes, I do actually want to do that. Let's do a crusade. Crusade! They did many crusades, some of which almost didn't fail, but at least the Italians got some sweet trade deals. Goodbye, Mayans. Hello, Toltecs. Goodbye, Toltecs. Hello, Mississippi. Look at those mounds. There's the Pueblo. I always wondered how to...
One of my favorite YouTube channels is called Ancient Americas. It covers a lot of archaeological findings and stuff of civilizations in the Americas. The Mississippi one is very interesting, in my opinion.
Build a town in a cliff. Guess who's here? Come here. Where? Here. And Pagan is there. Vietnam unconquered itself, Korea just became itself, and Japan is so addicted to art that the military might have to take over the government. China just invented bombs and typing. And the Mongols just invaded most of the universe. Nice going, Genghis. I bet that will last a long time. Some of the Islamic Turks were unaffected by the Mongol invasions because they were busy invading India. Is it Tonga time? I think it's Tonga time. I just found out where the Swahili gets all their gold. Look at this Chad. Means lake. There's an empire there, right in the middle of Africa. The king of Mali is so rich he's going on tour to let everyone know. Wow, that guy's rich, everyone said.
He actually caused deflation with all the gold he spent as he on his pilgrimage to Mecca.
The Christians are doing a great job reconquering Iberia, which will soon be called Spain and not Spain. Please remain Christian. We will check in later to see if you're still Christian when you least expect. Whoops, half of Europe just died. China's back, yay! Hey, come here, time to share. New kingdoms here and there. Oh, look who controls all the islands. It's the Mahajapit, Majahapit, Mapajahit, Mahapajit, Mapajahit, Majapahit. Oh, Italy's really rich. Time for them to care a lot about art and the ancient classics. It's kind of like a rebirth. Here's a printer, let's make books. So you think you can conquer the Byzantine Empire? Yep, said the Ottoman Turks. Nice job, Ottoman Turks. Oops, you missed a spot. Don't forget to ban Europe from the Indian spice trade. What? That's bullshit, said Portugal, spiceless. Well,
They did not like it.
Have to find another way to India. Wait, said Christopher Columbus, probably smoking crack. If the world is round, let's go this way to India. No, don't worry, we already got this, said Portugal. So Chris goes to Spain. Hey, Spain, want to hire me to find India by going around back of the world? No, please, no, please, no, please. Okay, so he sails into the ocean and discovers more ocean, and then discovers the Indies and Japan. Let's draw a line to decide who gets which half of the world. The Aztec and Inca empires are off to a great
Portugal got screwed by the Pope on that line.
start. I wonder if they know that Europe just discovered their continent. The Habsburgs are marrying into so many.
Yeah, so Europeans not only conquered, colonized, and murdered a bunch of people, but brought a bunch of diseases and stuff that none of the native peoples were immune to, resulting in millions upon millions of dead.
Royal families, they might have to start marrying each other. Move over,
Habsburgs,
Lithuania. Here comes Moscow.
their
Ivan wants to make
incestuous
Russia great
breeding.
again. Move over, Timurids. Maybe go invade India or something. Persia just made Persia Persian again. Let's make it the other kind of Islam. The one where we thought the first guy should have been the other guy. Hey, Christians, do you sin? Now you can buy your way out of hell. That's bullshit. This whole thing is bullshit. That's a scam. Fuck the church. Here's 95 reasons why, said Martin Luther in his new
He had a lot of good reasons.
book, which might have accidentally started the Protestant Reformation. You know what would be magnificent, said Suleiman wearing an onion hat? What if the Ottoman Empire was really big, which it is now? What if Russia was big, said Ivan, trying not to be terrible. Portugal had a dream that they controlled the entire Indian Ocean, including the spice trade. And then that dream was real. And Spain realized that this is not India, but they pillaged it anyway. Damn, said England and France. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Then the Dutch revolt and all the hipsters moved to Amsterdam. Damn, said Amsterdam. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Question 1, can you get to India through North America? No, but at least there's beaver. Question 2, steal the spice trade. That's not a
Fur
question,
trade.
but the Dutch did it anyway. Guess where all the sugar's made? In Brazil. Stolen. In the Caribbean. And it's so goddamn profitable you might forget to not do slavery. The next thing on Russia's to-do list is to get bigger. Britain and France are having a friendly discussion about who should control the entire world, more specifically Ohio. Then it escalates into a 7-year discussion, giving Prussia a chance to show Austria who's boss. But what about Britain and France? Did they figure out who's boss? Yes, they did. It's Britain. Guess who's broke? Also Britain. So they start taxing the hell out of America. Fuck you, says America, declaring their independence and fighting for it. And France helps them win. Now France is broke.
America.
And Britain will have to send their prisoners to a different continent. Wait, if France is broke, why do the king and queen still wear such fancy dresses? Let's overthrow the palace and cut all their heads off, said Robespierre, cutting everybody's head off.
French
until someone eventually
Revolution.
got mad and cut his head off. You could make a No, don't. Haiti is starting to like the idea of a revolution, especially the slaves, who free themselves by killing their masters. Why didn't we think of this before? Wait, who's in charge of France now?
Hello.
Said Napoleon, trying to take over Europe.
Hello,
Luckily,
hello.
they banished him to an island. But he came back. Luckily, they banished him to another island. There goes Latin America, becoming independent in the Latin American
Why they just
Wars of
kept throwing him on
Independence. Britain
islands.
just figured out how to turn steam into power, so now they can make many different types of machines and factories with machines in them, so they can make a lot of products real fast. Then they invent some trains and conquer India and maybe put some trains there. Hey, China, said Britain, buy stuff from us. Nah, dude, we already got everything, says China. So Britain tried to get them addicted to opium, which
Yeah, China was very isolationist at this period. They did not want anything to do with anyone else.
worked.
That theme kind of stays with them.
Actually. But then China made it illegal and dumped it all into the sea. So Britain threw a hissy fit and made them open up 5 cities and give them an island. Britain and Russia are playing a game where they try to stop each other from conquering Afghanistan. Also, the Sultan of Oman lives in Zanzibar now. That's just where he lives. India just had a revolution, and they would like to govern themselves now. Nope, said Britain, governing them even harder than before. Technology is about to go crazy. The United States finally figured out whether slavery is good or bad. It's bad, they decided. And then they continued manifesting their destiny, which is to kill the rest of the natives and take their land and maybe kick out the Mexicans too. I know, let's rape Africa, said Europe, scrambling to see who could rape it the fastest.
Name is accurate given how aggressively and violently they took over the continent and extracted all its resources.
They never got Ethiopia. Britain and
Sounds
France are still
good.
hungry. They never got
Charles McCracken.
The United States ran out of destiny to manifest, so they're looking for more. Hawaii, Cuba. Wait, Spain controls Cuba. Well, blame something on them and go to war. What should we blame on Spain? Let's blame the Maine on Spain. So they blame the Maine on Spain. Now we're in business. To celebrate, they kick Panama out of Panama and make a canal, connecting the 2 oceans. Britain just found oil in the Middle East. It makes cars go. China is so tired of being bossed around that they delete their old government and make a new, stronger government, which is accidentally weaker and controlled by a guy from the previous government.
Unfortunate.
Europe hasn't had a war since the last war, so they start World War I. Look at those guns. It's gonna be a great war. So great we won't need a second one. After it's over, they blame Germany. Russia went on strike and the workers overthrew the government. Now everyone's paycheck is the same. Communism in the Soviet Union. The Arabs revolt and Britain helps. Now the Ottoman Empire's gone, so we can give the Jewish people a place to live. Hopefully the Arabs won't mind. Let's cut the cake, said Sykes and Picot, carving up the remains of the not-so-Ottoman-anymore empire. Except Turkey. Turkey makes a brand new Turkey. And then the Saudis conquer Arabia. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Hello? Yes, it's the 1920s calling. Let's get in the car and drive to a party and listen to jazz on the radio and go to the movies. The economy's great and it'll probably be great.
The Gilded Age. Definitely not at all similar to what we're going through right now.
Great forever, just kidding. Germany's back featuring Hitler, the angry mustache model, and he's mad at the Jews for existing. Japan is finally conquering the East, and they're so excited they raped Nanking way too hard, they should probably just deny it. Hitler's out of control, so the international community tackles him and tries to explain why killing all the Jews is a bad idea, but he kills himself before
So
they
let me
can
know if
explain it to
my
him.
mic is still too quiet or not.
Bonus round, Pacific Showdown, United States versus Japan. Fight! Finish him. Let's unite all the nations and have some world peace. Seems legit. Hi, I'm Gandhi, and if Britain doesn't get the hell out of India, I'm going to start.
Definitely not legit. The national or the global world order that we've established after this, we don't really play by the rules. So
Starve myself in public. Wow, that worked. Bonus, now there's Pakistan. Actually, 2 Pakistans. One of them could be Bangladesh later. The Jews and the Arabs finally figured out which one of them should live in the Holy Land. Me, they both said at the same time. Let's divide up the land so everyone's happy. Psych, they both get angrier. Look out, China. There's a new China in China. What's on the menu? Communism. No thanks, said the other China, escaping to an island. I wonder which one is the real China. There's the Korean War, Korea versus Korea. Nobody wins, then it's on pause forever. Let's meet the sponsors. Oh, it's the 2 global superpowers. They're having a friendly debate over which economic system is good and which one is an evil virus of Satan. And they both have atom bombs. Fight! Wait, no, that would be the end of the world. Let's just keep it cool and spy on each other instead. And make sure we have enough atom bombs. I'll race you to space. Now let's make some more countries fight themselves. Europe is tired of pillaging other continents, and the continents they were pillaging are tired of being pillaged. So here's a new map with new countries. Now you can't tell who they're being pillaged by. The United States finally decided whether racism is good or bad. They decided it's bad, and the world agrees. South Africa might need another minute to think about it. Let's check the world population. Whoa. Okay. Technology's better too, that might keep happening. The Soviet Union decides to relax a little and accidentally falls apart. Europe makes a union, so now they can all use the same money, except Britain because they don't feel like it. Let's check the mail. Surprise, it's on the computer. Whoops,
Goddamn
someone just
British.
attacked America. I bet they'll remember that. Phone call. Surprise, it's in your pocket. Want to learn everything? Surprise, it's on the computer. Now your phone's a computer, which is in your pocket. Whoops, the economy just crashed. Don't worry, the big banks won't fail because they're not supposed to. Surprise, flying robots. With bombs. Want to print a brain? Some people have no friends. Some people have no food. The globe is warming. And the ocean is full of plastic. Let's save the planet, said everybody, not knowing how. Let's invent a thing inventor, said the thing inventor after being invented by a thing inventor. That's pretty cool. By the way, where the hell are we?
Yeah, so that's probably one of my favorite history videos. It definitely covers a lot in very, very little detail, but it's a good way to start off. Very funny, good to reference. I also think it's great at really showcasing that so much of human advancement has kind of happened in the last like 250 years or so, maybe a little bit longer, depending. At most 500. So there. With that video out of the way, I'm gonna start covering world history myself for all of you. This is something that I had done with my mom in the past couple years. She had never really paid too much attention to history in school, didn't know much and wanted to learn. So she got a book, and then every week or so we would meet up and discuss a chapter or two. And so we're going to be going over that as well in just a second. Get a better pen. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. All right. So the book my mom wanted to go over, and what I recommended was going over world history, because when you study history, yeah, you really do need to kind of know a bit of everything before you can really get into the nitty-gritty details. So we're going to be going over this book, Everything You Need to Ace World History, in one big fat notebook. It's a very good example of how to take notes on a topic. It has lots of good diagrams. It uses colors and stuff to call out terms and definitions and stuff like that. As you can kind of see here. But we're going to be starting at the very beginning, not as early as the video we just watched, but still in prehistory. Going to throw on a little bit of this music in the meantime while we go over this, bring up some images for reference. Not going all the way back to the formation of the Earth and evolution of life in general, we're just going over the evolution of humankind. 100,000 years ago, we were basically monkeys. The way humans have tried to determine where we came from and who we are and how we formed is through studies such as archaeology, which is digging up the items and things that people used and made, and the bones and remains that they left behind, as well as anthropology, which is more concerned with how people lived, how what they wore, what they ate, any customs they had, what languages they spoke. Definitely anthropology comes more into play once we get to actual societies and civilizations. But both studies, very important to understanding our history. I was actually speaking to my mom just before this about, she was having a question about, again, how do historians know what happened? which is through analyzing historical sources, primary sources, which are sources from someone who experienced an event and stuff, are usually better, but secondary sources work as well. So the very first humans, they didn't necessarily look too much like us. Humans evolved from apes. When we're talking about evolution, this isn't Pokemon. There wasn't one monkey that would just beat the shit out of another monkey, killed them, and then got enough experience to start flashing colors, and then suddenly they turned into a human. Evolution is a process that takes hundreds of thousands of years. It is just the slow process by which people who are better at surviving, better at having kids and raising them live, while others die, and then their traits continue on, and those then eventually are used to define another species. So way back, we had a common ancestor with all apes, but gorillas kind of split off, and then you have other like chimpanzees and bonobos and stuff that split off more recently, bringing us to our species line, the hominids. They're human-like. Mostly they are defined by their ability to walk upright with their spine and with their legs functioning in order to do that, as well as having opposable thumbs. Very important for grabbing things like the tools we eventually end up making. Some of the earliest humans, recently there was a body called Lucy found, which I guess not that recently. She was found a couple decades ago. But she is believed to be the common ancestor for most hominids, and was part of the Australopithecus type of humans, which were some of the first ones to walk upright and have those thumbs. You have other humanoid species that started forming about at most 2 million years ago. You have the Homo erectus, which is the ones that were most upright. They were then able to start using tools to make fire. Fire was very important for human discovery because it not only let us operate in the dark, it lets us cook our foods, avoiding any parasites or diseases that could be in raw food, as well as it's good at deterring predators that we most definitely would have had to contend with back in that time. Getting closer to about 300,000 years ago is when we get the Homo sapien, which is what humans kind of are. It's called the wise man. They were known for their larger brains, which allowed them to start making tools from stones and bones and other things that they found. And then with these tools, they would begin to start inventing the very basic building blocks of civilization, like farming, building shelters, all that. Within Homo sapiens, there are two major distinctions. There's Neanderthals and then Homo sapiens. Neanderthals are believed to have lived around Europe and parts of Turkey. They generally had heavier builds, and they were believed to have bigger brains, but were eventually fully replaced by Homo sapiens, which is all of us today. They first appeared in Africa before they began to spread out around the world. I'm going to turn this down a bit. It got kind of loud. Which, before we get into the exact human migration, this period of history is called the Paleolithic period. If you have heard of the paleo diet, that's generally the idea that you eat only stuff that people living during this period would have eaten. So stuff like animals, meat, stuff like plants and fruits, vegetables, those things that you would have been able to forage for. But during this time period, also sometimes called the Stone Age, humans started making their simple tools from stone and flint. This includes spears, axes, a bow and arrow, maybe a harpoon or a fishing rod. They started learning how to weave baskets, doing the basics of pottery and masonry to create small stone statues, or even sometimes statues from or figures from bones. This is when maybe even some of the first musical instruments were starting to be formed. When it comes to how people in the Paleolithic period lived, they were primarily nomadic, which means they moved from place to place. They frequently would follow herds of animals that they used as their food, and they would hunt them or gather from the local environment to get their food. Definitely not the world I would want to be living in. But it is what it is. During this period, it's also known as the Great Human Migration. That's when the Homo sapiens sapiens began to move out from Africa and colonize the rest of the world. You can see on this image here, about 200,000 years ago, we started in Africa, moved to colonize the rest of the Africa, moved up into the Middle East, and then continued through South Asia, down along the islands. You get a lot of the Peloponnesian cultures, fantastic seafarers and stuff that colonized all these islands, moved up into China, moved up into Europe. It was during the Ice Age, so the Earth goes through cycles of warming and cooling naturally. Humans can affect that more severely, but it does go naturally between warm and cool periods. During cool periods, normally known as ice ages, a lot of the Earth, especially up in the north here, is frozen over. This created a bridge of ice between Russia, you can see East Russia here, and Alaska, which allowed humans to travel from Asia into North America, which is how all the Native Americans and indigenous people got to this land 20-ish thousand years ago. I know as archaeologists keep working and stuff, that time period kind of shifts and change. But then once the Ice Age ended and the ice bridge melted, we lost contact with all the people over here until colonization happens by the Europeans. Humans also, during this time period, weren't just solely focused on survival all the time. As we created tools and got better at surviving, it allowed for more time for people to pursue other skills like art. Cave paintings and the like are the earliest forms of art that humans have created. Frequently, they were used to depict like hunting scenes and techniques. So this is one of the first and earliest ways in which humans tried to record their knowledge so that they can share with others. Paints and other things were generally made from animal fat and natural dyes and stuff in the environment, like insects, fruits, and the like. As we move out of the Paleolithic period, we go into the Neolithic period, and this is where humankind really starts to speed up their advancement, which is between the years about 10,000 BC to 4,000 BC. This is still prehistory. Prehistory means no one recorded what happened here, so all of it is based on archaeology and stuff. But this is when humans started settling down and developing agriculture. So they would actually have stationary settlements instead of being nomadic, where they would set up systematic agriculture, which allowed them to sustain larger populations in an area, and also for not everyone to be devoted to creating food and making sure that you live. Staple crops took off here. These are crops that are good for humans, generally carbs, and could frequently be the core of a diet every day. So this is rice and wheat, corn, beans, and squash, sometimes tubers like potatoes or yams. This is where people also started beginning to grind these grains and stuff into flour to make other things. Um, and generally, where people settled in the first settlements are what we call river valley civilizations. We covered those in the video we just watched. You have in the Middle East the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, that was Mesopotamia. You have the Nile River in Egypt. You have the Indus River Valley in northern India. You have the Yellow River in China. You also have Norte Chico in South America, as well as Central America, that saw the first major settlements and civilizations begin to grow. And yes, most of society back then was still focused on getting food, but at least now they sat in one place to do it. This is called the Agricultural Revolution. Additionally, along with these sedentary communities, people started domesticating animals. It's believed dogs were domesticated earlier than this, probably just by helping us hunt and us giving them their scraps. But stuff like sheep and goats and pigs and chickens were started to be bred and kept in captivity for their food at this time. Irrigation systems were also taking off at this time. This is the process of diverting water from a river to more inland so that it can be used for farming. So canals and the like were used. Also for rivers, rivers were prone to flooding. This flooding would then take rich soil and stuff from the riverbed and spread it out and allow for better quality soil that would then grow more and better crops. In these early villages, now that not all people were needed to grow food, you started getting division of labor. This is people like artisans who were weaving baskets or making tools or making pottery or fabric, as well as the start of metallurgy with creating bronze by mixing iron or tin and copper to make bronze. This is also when the wheel was invented, so this started helping people get around faster. You can imagine back before the wheel, you had to walk quite literally everywhere. Most people didn't make it far in their lives. There wasn't really monetary system bartering. So you'd say, I'll give you this sheep if you give me 8 bushels of wheat or something like that. So just kind of like trading with your friends. And as these settlements and societies started to grow, they needed governments to help manage them. So this is where the earliest forms of government were founded. This was frequently through clans and tribes, so things were kind of like a family of people who, or multiple families of people who lived together. They settled down together, and then they just continued to kind of band together. Those are the clans and tribes. But also, as people started to differentiate themselves and become leaders, we had your first monarchs, so kings and queens. It was frequently done that these people would rule by divine right, which is that a god or gods were the ones that gave them their ability to rule or right to rule. In places like Egypt, the pharaohs were actually believed to be the gods come down to earth. So whenever a new pharaoh was crowned, they would generally take on the persona of one of the gods, like Ra, the god son of the god son, or the god of the sun, or Isis, goddess of magic. I believe Cleopatra said she was Isis. And when speaking about religions at this time, many of them were polytheistic. They believed in many gods, like the god of... so if you look at the Greeks, they had Poseidon, they had Zeus, they have Hades, they each have their own little domains of the world that they ruled over, but there wasn't one single god. This is the start of social classes, though. You have kings and queens, then you have priests, military, you have merchants and traders, and then you have the normal people farming. And then generally there was also a underclass of undesirables or slaves and stuff that was the bottom of society. These are the first civilizations. It is also where we started learning how to write and language. Before this, most things were oral tradition, so people had ways of communicating, but uh, now people are actually committing it to stone or to paper. I believe in ancient Babylon, they used tablets, which were like clay, and then they would press indents. It's called cuneiform as the writing system, and that is one of the earliest ones invented. And that is the end of the Neolithic period. So we are just, that is technically tens and hundreds of thousands of years, but we are just getting to the first actual kind of complex eras of history where you have larger nations that are interacting with each other in unique and interesting ways, usually conflict, which begins around the year 4000, 4500 BCE, before Common Era. It's the newer year dating system. We, instead of before Christ and after death that was used before, now it's Common Era, which is the era we're in now, so years 0 to 2025. And then before Common Era is negative numbers, so you start counting -1 and downwards. So we're about to get into -4000, right before the start of the Bronze Age. But we'll be doing that probably tomorrow. Da, da, da. So I'm also going to run to the restroom real quick, but after this, we're going to get into news and politics. There's a couple major topics for today. It should be in the title. And pause, talk about my opinions and related to them. I think it's very important to think critically on it, and we all know that media in America is pretty privatized and controlled, not to mention the government we have at the moment. But I will be right back. All right, I am back. Let's see. Here I have my playlist. Before we get into that, though, I did forget. I wanted to welcome Nice Layer. Yeah, Freya is. Hopefully, she kept y'all company while I ran to the bathroom. But I also forgot, before I was getting into the stream and stuff, I wanted. 1 second, gotta respond to my mom. But I wanted to just do updates on my day, especially as we get new people in here and stuff. Most people don't know me, and they don't know what's going on in my life. But yeah, today I woke up, walked my dog, Freya. There she is. Everyone say hi. If you don't say hi, I think you hate her. It is very hot today. It's sunny. It is high 80s. That's not hot to some people in, say, Texas. But up here, most apartments don't have AC and the like. So I do have my own unit. Also, I'm in a studio apartment. My whole wall on this side here is windows, and the sun goes across it all day and essentially bakes me alive. So that is something I was dealing with today. But other than that, today I was mostly doing stuff like stream setup and the like. But I did call with my mom, and we covered history and the like. Um, uh, and then that basically brings me to the start of stream. The only other thing I did was take her outside one more time. Not a very exciting day, but yeah. So today we're going to start with news from late last night that Trump is deploying the because apparently it's anarchy over there. We're going to be going through a couple videos on that, starting with CNN.
See President Trump walking up to the podium. Let's listen.
I've been up here a lot. I've never seen a crowd like this. I think we need a ballroom, and that's happening. It's going to be a beautiful ballroom. This is really a lot of people, most I've ever seen in this room. And we're here for a very serious purpose, very serious purpose. Something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border. I'm announcing a historic action to...
Has he even done anything on the southern border in this presidency? I know he's been doing a lot of immigration stuff, but that's all been in, actual cities in the U.S.
to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse.
Yeah, definitely not happening.
This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it, too. You're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you all know people and friends of yours that happened.
This is just propaganda trying to make people feel less safe. It's very clear that the people who live in D.C. don't actually feel like there's bedlam.
And so you can be anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia, Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as
good on CNN, actually just fact-checking him in live time by
this is much higher.
Sharing the police's own
has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of...
Also worth noting that America, for a long time now, has just year after year seen drops in the crime rate, especially violent crime and the like, and the fact that, Trump campaigned saying, there's rampant crime running amok through all U.S. cities and states is objectively false. But it is what it is. If you think the police are lying about their work, I guess you can think that, but I think they're probably not lying about it.
Carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. and we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes through our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's right, but the people that do the work, it's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said zero for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And
Yeah, because he's made our nation so hostile to anyone else that no one wants to come here.
you know, when you
It's even hostile to its own citizens.
take a look at numbers, I just saw some charts. These are different cities throughout the world. Red is okay. The red is a place called Washington, D.C. Look at these. Baghdad we doubled up on Baghdad. Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica, Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned, Lima, Peru, all double and triple what they are. So do you want to live in places like that? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think the people in this room, if you wrote correctly, you'd see, look at the kind of numbers we have. D.C., 41 per 100,000, number one that we can find anywhere in the world. Other cities are pretty bad, but they're not as bad as that. Is that where you want to live? The reporters of the world? Juvenile offenders and crimes against persons, as they say. It's getting worse. Not getting better, it's getting worse. And we had a recent indication.
Would be nice if these weren't just on pieces of paper he's holding up and we're actually, citing their sources and showing us actual data instead of just a single
was a
bar
story
graph.
About a man who was just left. He quit because he was asked to do phony numbers on crime. And we're going to look into that. I think Pam is going to be looking into that. But he was asked by the city, I guess, that we don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down. And under Biden, it was a disaster. And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe. It's time for dramatic action. We're going to do the same thing over here. It's going to be a very safe city very soon. We're not looking to just take years, because a lot of people die in years. And we've got incredible people in this country, except we have to allow them to do their job. And that we will deliver like nobody's ever delivered before. I actually think it's easy. If you're competent, it's easy. If you're incompetent, it's impossible. But I'm very competent. Last week, my administration surged 500 federal agents into the district, including from the FBI, ATF, DEA, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Secret Service, and the Department of Homeland Security. A lot of nations, they don't have anything like that. They got some police, and they're rough police. They don't have DEA, ATF, FBI, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security. They got some police.
Most American police departments are the most funded institution in their entire city. I don't know what he's talking about, speaking as if they aren't incredibly well outfitted and staffed.
But they're rough police, and they do their job. They don't have crime. We're not going to have crime either. They made dozens of arrests, and that's what starts to happen. Again, cashless bail. Watch what we do with that. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency.
Naked power grab, declaring a state of emergency with no evidence in order to use military to enforce his will upon the Capitol and soon to be other places. I mean, they already were test driving this sort of stuff in LA.
And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this
He's going to Alaska, not Russia. What?
once beautiful capital was. with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way, because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially, capital in the world. We always had. But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get mugged. Not going to happen. Keep coming, because by the time you get your trip set, it's going to be safe again, and it's going to be clean very quickly. We're going to replace the medians that are falling down all over the roads. We're going to replace the potholes. We're going to put a nice new coat of asphalt over the top. No, we don't
Why
have
do
to
you need
rip
the
road
military
out
for
and
this?
spend 7 years building a new road.
I mean, if you're going to make the National Guard work on civilian infrastructure, I'm not actually against
for
that,
safety
but I don't
reasons.
think he's actually doing that.
We're going to do it right. We're going to get it done quickly. So today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia. And Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress and to the mayor, our new DEA administrator, who's one of the top in the country. He better be Terry. If you're not, I'm going to get rid of you so fast. Terry Cole. Terry, thanks. Very good. We just got him. Most highly recommended person. And you'll be designated as the interim federal commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department. Okay? And you run them tough. They're good. You have a lot of good people. You have people that shouldn't be there. You also have people that shouldn't be there. They got in there because of woke. But you have a lot of great police. And those people are the ones that want to help you.
Pamela, it was more than an hour he started this news conference, and it's been going on, answering a bunch of questions.
Yeah, and this is significant because what he announced today is a federal takeover of DC police.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted there. Yeah, safety on the roads. If it was actually for police departments, trying to maintain and upkeeping the infrastructure of roads and whatnot, that'd be nice, and maybe explain some of their obscene budgets, but it's clearly not the case. I don't think I've seen any police actively, repairing our roads or any of that.
And deploying the National Guard. I mean, this is, as far as I know, unprecedented to hear it.
National Guard and potentially other U.S. military troops down the road.
Exactly, and he made it clear that this could just be the beginning, that it might not just be D.C., and I think that is significant as well. And of course, this is an extraordinary move by the president. I want to bring in our Brian Todd here. Brian, we're already getting reaction from D.C. council members.
We are, Pamela and Wolf. This coming into CNN from Council Member Charles Allen of the 6th Ward in D.C. His post is, quote, "The president taking over local control of MPD and putting the U.S. military onto the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. It's an extreme, outrageous, and dangerous move for our city and the safety of all of our residents." He's the first city council member to react to this whole thing. None of them had reacted really last week to this in any real measure. This is the first time a city council member has reacted and come out strongly on this. We're also reaching out to Mayor Muriel Bowser's office and the office of the Metropolitan Washington Police Department for their response. We started to reach out to them while this news conference was going on. No word back from them yet. The mayor has been fairly muted in her comments on this. She did speak out yesterday in an interview, but did not openly criticize the president for this. It's an extraordinary move. We have to point out, never before in American history has the U.S. president taken over control of the Metropolitan Washington, D.C. Police Department. How is this going to work on the streets? How is it going to work from a command and control standpoint? That is a huge, huge question. And of course, his threat to do this in other cities, we'll see how that plays out. I think you got to see how it really plays out here.
Current mayor
Right,
of
we should also
D.C.,
note
Mayor
that he
Muriel
talked about
Bowser.
moving the homeless population in D.C., thousands of people
Yes.
far away without offering those specifics.
He didn't say where they were going. I want to bring in our senior White
Yeah, so this is very clearly, he realizes how unpopular he is. We have intense unrest even in Republican districts. I mean, just look at some of their town halls. So he's moving in the military in order to secure the Capitol to prevent anything bad from happening, especially since he knows that an angry base of his is willing to storm the Capitol. So that's all I see here. The plan to force all the homeless people out of DC, I mean, is cruel and unusual. also, yeah, it's important to note the president federalizing the police and bringing in the National Guard of DC is completely unprecedented, really, in this sort of manner.
White House reporter Kevin Liptak. Kevin, you've been monitoring this very, very closely. What jumps out at you?
Yeah, and I think the president's steps here to federalize the D.C. police force certainly very significant. What we didn't hear from the president was how long that would last. You know, the statute that he's using, the D.C. Home Rule Act, allows for initial federalization for 48 hours before notifying Congress. He said that he was doing that. So beyond that, we don't know exactly how long it would last. The other thing that stuck out was the president raising open the possibility that he would use active duty troops as part of this effort, saying that they would be ready as needed to join the National Guard to help support law enforcement in the city. And you really did hear the president paint quite a dystopian picture of Washington, D.C., saying that it was overtaken by violent gangs, by bloodthirsty criminals, using this imagery that doesn't necessarily comport with a lot of people's experience in this city, but also with what the actual numbers show. You know, statistics do show that violent crime in Washington is falling since reaching a peak in 2023. The president's aides dispute some of those figures. You heard the president come out saying that some of those statistics might have been cooked, but really when you look at the numbers, what the president is painting is an image that doesn't necessarily match up with what the figures show, but also with what a lot of people's experience in the city is. And so a significant step by the president certainly today.
All right, Kevin Liptak at the White House for us. Kevin, thank you very, very much.
News Justice correspondent.
Before getting to this next video, yeah, it's there's been no like consistent like crime wave noted in DC, so that is a made-up excuse. The only other thing recently that would have happened is the government official Big Balls, who was part of Doge, did get assaulted by some teenagers recently, and that seems like maybe the trigger for this. It's a little bit of an overreaction and ridiculous in my opinion, but it is what it is. And my first stream's going pretty well, I think. Couple glitches and stuff here or there, but not too bad. Let's continue. We'll see what CBS has to say. It's just a quick fact-checking video.
Joins us from Washington this morning, just outside of our DC bureau. Good morning, Scott. We want to speak with you about this 10 a.m. news conference we expect from the president, as he suggests crime is everywhere where you are in the nation's capital. But can you fact-check that claim for us? What does the data show?
The mayor of Washington, D.C. emphasized over the weekend that the data, which was produced in concert with the Justice Department, shows a nearly 30% drop in crime from this time last year. The homicide rate down about 12%. You'll see some of the numbers here. It's been a downward trajectory since a spike in crime in this community in 2023. That being said, you've seen over the last 48 hours the evolution of security in Washington, D.C. We have federal agents now deployed along with the nearly 4,000 officers in the Washington, D.C. Police Department. Agents from the Washington field office of the FBI, from the U.S. Secret Service, from Homeland Security, from the U.S. Park Police. This is not a typical mission for some of these officers to be there on the front lines on the street trying to do traffic stops or patrol against crime. That being said, here in Washington, D.C., Errol, they are at the city level preparing for the possibility the National Guard eventually gets deployed here onto the streets, and they may have even less experience with actual street crime and traffic stops than the federal law enforcement do. All of this a changing complexion to how law enforcement is done in the city, but local leaders argue it's unnecessary, it's political. The crime has been going down due to partnerships between the local authorities and the federal government.
Yeah, we saw what happened in Los Angeles when the National Guard was deployed there recently. We'll watch this closely. Scott, thank you. And of course, we will carry
again, LA being precedent for this.
It is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. Eastern, so stay close to CBS News 24/7.
We now consider log number 5455 by Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey. For what purposes does the young lady from New Jersey seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading
This
of
is
the amendment
the
is
legal
dispensed where the chair recognizes the young lady
proceedings
for the
that
purpose of
allowed for
explaining
this.
her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I am bringing this amendment because I believe that the apolitical role of our military must be protected. The military is one of the most trusted institutions among the American people. And for centuries, that trust has been reinforced by laws like the Posse Comitatus Act, which provides the American people with a guarantee that our armed forces are there to protect them, not to police them. Now,
Yeah, so I mean, we're bringing the military to act as police, which is insanely fascist. I mean, growing up, I had so many older family members and stuff tell me that if I ever saw the military on the streets of any U.S. city, that is a sign of us living in a dictatorship or and the like. So I don't know how anyone's going to look at what's happening here and think otherwise, but
Now, as we all know, Title 32 outlines the role of the National Guard when under state control. 5 years ago, we saw a novel interpretation of Title 32 under which Guard units from out of state were brought to Washington, D.C. to perform law enforcement functions. The law specifically prohibits our military from acting in a law enforcement capacity when under federal command, except in very clear circumstances. And because of the unique structure of the D.C. Guard, those out-of-state Guard units were under the direction of the federal government, even though they had not been activated under Title 10. The Posse Comitatus Act exists for a reason: to protect Americans and our service members from having the military act as a police force. Likewise, the Insurrection Act exists for a reason: to guarantee that the President has the ability to ensure that Americans' constitutional rights are protected even when facing stiff opposition or outright insurrection. Many of you will remember I've brought this amendment several times over the last 5 years. I continue to offer this amendment because I truly believe in the principles involved. It is critical that the sacred separation between our military and our law enforcement is preserved, and it is imperative that this committee does everything in its power to preserve it. In years past, when we debated this amendment, I heard concerns that had this amendment been enforced during the Civil Rights era, it would have prevented presidents like Eisenhower from using the National Guard to support school integration. This is not true. Presidents Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson followed the law. When Americans' constitutional rights were threatened, they invoked the Insurrection Act and deployed Guard units. My amendment would not change that. While I commend my colleagues for their dedication to a president's ability to protect Americans from attacks on their civil rights, this amendment would do nothing to change that ability. Congress and this committee have a responsibility to protect the role of the military in American society, and we have a responsibility to make sure that no president, regardless of party or political climate, has the ability to circumvent the law that is meant to protect everyone. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes himself. While I appreciate the gentlelady's interpretation, I am genuinely concerned this amendment would undermine the President's authority to activate the National Guard in crisis. It would give the governors and the mayor of Washington, D.C. the power to limit constitutionally and federally granted authorities of the President to execute laws, suppress insurrections, repel invasions, or respond to national emergencies. If a governor or the D.C. mayor refused a request, then federal support could be delayed or denied entirely right when it's needed most, such as during a civil unrest or a natural disaster. In particular, I cannot support inserting the D.C. mayor into the National Guard chain of command under Title 32. For over 5 decades, the chain of command for D.C., National Guard, and emergencies has clearly run through from the President to the Secretary of Defense and then to the Army and the Air Force Secretaries. It should stay that way. Therefore, I oppose the amendment. Does anybody else seek recognition on the gentlelady's amendment? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, as you said, this amendment would require the President or Secretary of Defense to obtain consent. I mean, this is like giving veto power to a mayor or governor over the President's constitutional powers.
It's not a veto power now. It's just that they would have to request it before the President would have to. Seems like a good check and balance thing, especially given our current president's record of not or actually calling in the Guard. Not calling on the Guard during January 6th when they were needed, calling on the Guard in LA when they were definitely not needed.
and to restrict the authority to deploy the National Guard in times of national emergency. And I think that would potentially compromise public safety. We just saw recently in Los Angeles the mayhem and chaos and lawlessness. And so in this creates
Coming from a man who does not live there and has no idea about the actual size of LA, let alone the size of the protests.
It's confusion in the command structure and makes it harder to coordinate fast, unified responses during major crises or emergencies. Therefore, I would urge all my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other members wish to speak on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady, Ms. Sherrill. So many as are in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay.
No.
Opinion chair, the noes have it. Recorded votes requested. Recorded vote shall be postponed.
Did he just vote twice? He said yes and no? Okay. So now we're going to Fox. Gotta hit all sides of the political spectrum for this coverage.
So as I mentioned, just a few hours, President Trump will be holding a news conference addressing his crackdown on crime in D.C. and his plan to clean the place up and make our capital beautiful again.
Madeline Rivera joins us live from the Capitol with the latest. Hey, Maddie.
Good morning. The White House says their efforts are in line with an executive order the president signed in March to make D.C. safer. He says in part on Truth Social, the homeless have to move out immediately. We will give you places to stay, but far from the Capitol. The criminals, you don't have to move out. We're going to put you in jail where you belong. It's all going to happen very fast, just like the border. President Trump has mobilized agents from several federal agencies.
I don't know how an executive order signed by the same president to then use it to bring the military into our own country is any sort of viable system at all. It's just a dictatorship at that point. But go off, Fox.
Agencies for at least 7 days to fight violent crime. These include the ATF, DEA, and U.S. Park Police. The Washington Post reports the FBI is also reassigning more than 100 agents to overnight shifts to help local police, and a decision to call up the National Guard could come later on today.
Oh, and the FBI.
D.C.'s mayor says the city's crime rate is down 20%, though, compared to last year, and she's concerned that the Guard may not be used efficiently, but she acknowledges the president has the power to deploy them.
While it is always the president's prerogative to use federal law enforcement or the National Guard even, you know, I've talked on your show before that the D.C. National Guard is the president's National Guard. Right. So that's always his prerogative. And federal law enforcement is always on the street in D.C., and we always work cooperatively with them.
The president has called out youth crime in particular. Just over the weekend, D.C. police say a young man fired another group of young people with a stolen gun in a popular neighborhood. He was arrested, and there were no victims. Now, a juvenile curfew is in effect in the area where the shooting took place. The president says his announcement this morning, though, like you said, Brian, will not only be about crime, it would also be about making the nation's capital more beautiful, saying the city is only getting dirtier and less attractive. Lawrence Ainsley and Brian.
Hey, Maddie, the one thing I would say is, do you notice both leaders, different parties, but they're very respectful for each other. It's kind of rare. The mayor was respectful to the president. You know, here the crime stats are down, but I'll take his help. And the president said, he's a great person, but I got to insert myself.
Yeah, you know, it was interesting hearing the D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser's tone over the weekend talking about this federal resources, local police. They've been very cooperative on this issue. But how could you not, you know, who doesn't want to make D.C. safer at this point? Yeah.
So true.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Maddie.
All right. Thank you, Maddie.
This is the issue of our time. It's not just D.C., it's all these liberal cities all across the country. And this just happens to be the capital. And
I doubt these people have ever actually been to any of these cities that they're talking about.
I know they want to say that the numbers are down, but if you talk to people that are there, they don't feel that way.
Well, she said the numbers are down 35%, or I think she said 2 years ago they were down 35%, and they've gone down again over the last year. But if you look at the statistics for the teenagers, for the juveniles, that's the problem, and they're staying out so late. So good for them for implementing this curfew. And the president addressing the homeless problem with those pictures. It looks so disgusting to have all the trash on the street and all the tent encampments.
Well, I tell you, I was at Union Station 2 weeks ago, just on my eye, anecdotally.
Which is their subway.
Now they're saying it's okay to bring in the National Guard because a city is dirty?
Better,
The subway
yeah.
comes in, right?
The subway, yeah, where the Amtrak comes
Yeah.
in. So I think it looks better already, but they said 121 more FBI agents. But Lawrence, what do you do with teenagers? So 16, 17, you can't charge them as adult, yet they're beating up guys like Big Balls.
You change the statute.
You know, and with the shooting Redskin running backs.
You change the statute and you still charge them as adults. If they're part of this, or you put them in the program where they can't leave the juvenile detention facility. But right now you have DAs that are essentially not doing their job. So what they plan on doing is the feds charging us. That way the U.S. attorney can handle it, Janine Pirro.
Yeah, I like that Muriel Bowser did say it's his prerogative. If the president wants to use federal law enforcement, he can. But she did mention over the weekend in lots of different interviews that crime is down. She said specifically it's decreased 26% over the past year. But clearly there's still a problem. You have that congressional intern that was shot. He was accidentally in the line of fire. Someone was trying to hijack his car or take a lady's car, and he intervened to protect her, and he ends up, that's the other guy.
He got beat up. He got beat up senseless by a group of teens.
Yep, yep.
They're talking about Big Balls, and there was a bunch of misinformation going around right after he was assaulted that it was a group of so many people, but that was never confirmed, and only 2 people, 2 teenagers, 1 male, 1 female, have been arrested. No shock that Fox is completely spreading misinformation, but
So they definitely need to clean it up. I don't understand why these leaders don't want to work together. Look, I would say if I'm leading, I would say the numbers are down, but yes, thank you, Mr. President. Bring in additional people. I want to keep our community safe, unlike Gavin Newsom. That trial is going to take place today.
Right.
what? Who cares about Gavin Newsom? What?
The one out in California where
didn't
he's
want
suing
ICE.
Donald Trump.
No,
He
he doesn't
doesn't
want
want he doesn't want the National Guard.
The only thing I'd add is, too, he's going to talk about the physical renovation and condition of the Capitol. He's going to make sure these federal buildings are.
It is a national news network, technically, but anytime Fox has been sued for misinformation and stuff, they claim that they aren't the news, they're actually just entertainment. So, yeah.
Are coming in on schedule and not being, gouged like we see so many times. And he says he wants to make the place look good again. Now he's doing it with the White House. Now he's doing it with the Capitol.
So in just a few hours, President Trump will outline his plan to stop crime in our nation's capital as grieving families say enough is enough.
The crime needs to go away. These gangs need to go. And people will just keep getting assaulted and murdered. And this is our nation's capital. It should be the safest in the country. My son was a good boy and he didn't deserve this. And nobody does. No innocent victim deserves what we're going through. And there's a lot of us out there.
So our next guest says the president is making the right move. Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett joins us now. So, Greg, obviously, I believe that the president should do this with all the crime there. But what does the law say? Make it clear for our audience.
Well, the law says the president can do what he's planning to do. You know, the D.C. Attorney General, the local prosecutor, essentially, dismisses all of these carjackings with guns as, oh, kids are kids, as if it's okay. It's not okay. You know, when minors act as adults by committing serious violent crimes, they should be treated as adults. But currently under D.C. law, and that's not happening. It's rare that a 16 or 17-year-old gets charged as an adult and the case gets pleaded down to a misdemeanor. The D.C. City Council could change all this. They won't do it. They're soft on crime. So Trump is right to step in. He is allowed to deploy federal law enforcement assets and order the U.S. attorney to assume many of the prosecution.
So what I was talking about earlier with lawsuits related to Fox, this one's about Tucker Carlson specifically. Fox persuasively argues that Mr. Carlson's reputation, any reasonable viewer arrives with an appropriate amount of skepticism about the statements he makes. They legally argued that you can't take them seriously.
D.C., understand, is basically a ward of the federal government. That gives the president ample authority to do it. And in fact, Congress passed a law, the Home Rule Act. He can seize control, if he wants, of the police department on an emergency basis. He would need permission of Congress for a more sustained takeover of the local government. But for now, he is simply flooding the zone with ATF, DEA, FBI to solve this problem and upping the prosecutions by the federal government.
Meanwhile, I want to talk about another story, and that is the Russia hoax, or as someone calls it, Russia Gate. You wrote a book about this from the very beginning. The vice president was on with Maria on Sunday Morning Futures, and he had this prediction. Let's watch it.
I absolutely think they broke the law, and you're going to see a lot of people get indicted for that. Here's the thing that should really bother the American people. What do you want our intelligence community to be doing? I want them to be catching bad guys. I want them to be making sure that terrorists aren't going to kill innocent American civilians. I don't want them laundering Hillary Clinton's campaign talking points into the American media and giving them this air of legitimacy. It is sick. And it's disgusting. It hurt the intelligence community, it hurt the American people, and it hurt the first Trump administration. We've got to have consequences for it.
All bullshit. I don't think any of that's been proved.
Or we're just going to see the same play repeated again and after again.
So these people obviously lied, and they manufactured.
Also, for context on Fox's legal analyst, Greg Jarrett, he is a hardcore Trump supporter, defending him specifically from the Russia lawsuits.
Intelligence out of thin air. What is the crime, Greg?
A variety of crimes relating to what the Obama White House did, the Clinton campaign, top people in the intelligence community. They criminally conspired, in my judgment, to frame Trump by peddling knowingly phony information. Then they altered intelligence to support their bogus narrative.
Also, this has kind of turned into nothing at all related to the DC stuff, so I'm moving on to the next video.
So we watched it together. President Trump wrapping up a lengthy news conference.
The last video was before the conference.
This
is after the conference.
And he promises to aggressively crack down on crime and clean up what he calls our once beautiful capital. The White House says these efforts are in line with an executive order the president signed in March to make D.C. safer. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-host Emily Compagno. Also joining us today, Carly Shimkus, co-host of Fox and Friends First, Lisa Booth, Fox News political analyst, and John Yoo, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General, UC Berkeley law professor, and former Justice Thomas law clerk. Well, here is the president moments ago.
This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. Today, we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department. In addition, deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. You want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. And you don't have that now.
Look, the president really leaned hard on the big picture, because it's not just about Washington, D.C. It's about soft on crime policies across America. For example, he's going after no cash bail laws, and he's really hammering down on liberal prosecutors in Democratic-led cities like New York and Chicago.
We have other cities also that are bad, very bad. You look at Chicago, how bad it is. You look at Los Angeles, how bad.
Obviously, no one cares about the hypocrisy, but Trump and Republicans have been complaining for the past 4 years that they were being prosecuted as political opponents and stuff, and now they're in charge and they're just doing the exact same thing, although much more.
That it is. We have other cities that are very bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course, Baltimore and Oakland. We don't even mention that anymore. They're so far gone. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to lose our cities over this. And this will go further. We're starting very strongly with D.C., and we're going to clean it up real quick, very quickly, as they say.
John Yoo, that sounds like a shot across the bow. We are not going to lose our cities over this. This is more than just a shout out to the criminals. This is those blue-led cities and the way that they're doing business legally.
That's a good point, Harris. Look, the president can't do a lot about crime in the inner cities in places like Oakland, where I work, or San Francisco, where I'm from, or Philadelphia, where I grew up. These are places where crime has gone out of control. But the one place that the president can put law and order into effect is Washington, D.C. Our founders made the District of Columbia a federal city. They didn't want it under the control of Virginia or Maryland or any other state. It is uniquely the duty and responsibility of the president to enforce the laws, and those laws include the criminal laws for public safety in Washington, D.C. Now, he doesn't just need to nationalize the D.C. police and declare an emergency, which can go on for 30 days. He can send in federal law enforcement, which he's done. He can send in the National Guard. There's no governor to fight with, like the governor of California, to send the National Guard in. They're not limited to being there for 30 days. It's going to take time, but I think the president can use D.C. to produce good policies and demonstrate to the rest of the country how to turn around their crime-ridden inner cities.
So real quickly, so what we heard the president do today is he put the
Thanks for the follows on YouTube as well. His argument there is like, oh, he can bring in the military and use a fascist-led like crackdown or a fascist crackdown on the city to show that he can stop crime. I mean, we already know with ICE and stuff, they're already just arresting anybody they want. I doubt it will be any.
D.C. police under
Hello.
the AG Pam Bondi's control after announcing that the people from the feds will be in charge. That's what you're talking about.
Yes. Under the Home Rule Act of 1973, the president can take over the D.C. police, but that doesn't apply to the other law enforcement assets Paul was just talking about in your last show, the DEA, the FBI, and then, of course, the National Guard. Now, look, if you had to ask me, I think this whole Home Rule thing has been a mistake and a constitutional error, because I don't think it was a good idea for the federal government to ever give D.C. self-government. That was not what the founders intended. They wanted the federal government to always remain in control of the District of Columbia. So we're seeing 50 years now.
The District of Columbia didn't exist until after the founding members founded the country, so I don't know what he's talking about.
Of misrule, misgovernment, the murder rate in D.C. has historically always been higher than in other cities in the country.
That's fascinating, Emily, because we're actually technically watching the rates of crime fall across the country, but in certain areas, it's the pure violence of the crime that's popping right now as an outbreak.
Yeah, D.C. wasn't founded until 1791. That's 15 years after the Revolution, and the capital wasn't moved there until 1800.
Coupled with people living on the streets and encampments in many of those blue-led cities.
Right, and if D.C. was a state, it would be the highest homicide rate per capita 4 years running. It's been, frankly,
It should be a state, so the people who live there actually get representation.
abominable destruction of what could have been a very peaceful and, I think, example of how government should run. I think what I love about this, and I say it with a caveat that this is the first step, there was an excellent articulation today of exactly why this perfect storm has been created. And we saw firsthand as a White House press corps member talked about how he had been robbed at gunpoint by a child and nothing happened. The trauma and the stress are real. And
So the people who allegedly robbed him, I don't think they actually robbed him. I think they just mugged him. They were 15, but the way she said, oh, he was robbed at gunpoint by a child, made me just imagine like a toddler with a gun robbing a grown-ass man.
our lives we cannot get back, including that of a White House intern whose mother to this day says, please, President Trump, do something, right? So here we're seeing that. So we saw the articulation of why things have gotten to this point, and that's the failure of policies, the reclassification of crimes, activist judges, feckless prosecutors alike. We know it, right? We talk about it all the time. So here we are seeing the president come in and do something, and then during this time, we'll set things right. But it's now up, I believe, to Congress and these cities to take this next step. Because the worst thing ever would be once this president leaves and then all the sand just goes back into the hole and it restores back to normal. So we need to set this precedent and then have it remain. So all these other blue cities that people have given up on have a fighting chance too.
Well, and the president said he's not going to give up. He said we're not going to lose control. So all those cities had better wake up because he's serious about this. Look, I don't want to put our team in our control room too much in hot water here, but do you guys have from the U.S. Attorney of D.C., Jeanine Pirro, talking about the kids, if you will? Because coming out of what Emily said, I think, all right, let's watch this.
I see too much violent crime being committed by
Damn, she's short.
punks who think that they can get together in gangs and crews
I'm
and
surprised
beat the
she's
hell
not
out of
slurring her
you
words.
or anyone else. They don't care where they are. They can be in DuPont Circle, but they know that we can't touch them. Why? Because the laws are weak. I can't touch you if you're 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and you have a gun. I convict someone of shooting another person with an illegal gun on a public bus in the chest. Intent to kill? I convict him. And you know what the judge gives him? Probation. Says you should go to college.
Who is who? Someone in chat asking who was that? Oh, this lady speaking. This is Jeanine Pirro. She's a Fox News personality who is now the Attorney General.
We need to go after the D.C. Council and their absurd laws. We need to get rid of
Speaking of, also in the back, Pete Hegseth, their Secretary of Defense, also a Fox News host.
this concept.
Lisa.
Well, look, this is brilliant, especially that show of force that we just saw during this press conference, this Liberation Day for Washington, D.C. Look, the Democrat Party has become the party of crime and disorder, and the Republican Party is the party of law and order. And what President Trump is doing in Washington, D.C. will underscore this.
Except for the fact that pretty much the majority of everything this administration has done has been illegal and is being challenged in the courts.
Point, because just like how he was able to bring, we saw record highs of border crossings under Joe Biden and then record lows under President Trump in short order. That's what we're going to see in Washington, D.C. And we saw under the Obama administration where he appended the criminal justice system, where somehow it was racist to arrest criminals, which ended up putting minority communities even more at risk. And then what we saw under Joe Biden with open borders as well, just this lawlessness in the Democrat Party. So he's going to underscore this point and put the
No, these people don't actually care about making things better. They only care about their team winning or whoever's paying them at the given time. Which is Rupert Murdoch, which even though he does own the Wall Street Journal, and that they have actually been publishing a lot of like Epstein stuff against Trump and whatnot. Propaganda.
These mayors in these blue cities on notice, because why won't they protect their citizens when they can? It's not an issue of being able to, it's an issue that they don't want to. And then also, I'll just go through, there's been a long list of members of Congress, staffers, and the intern that was also murdered that have been attacked. You had Henry Cuellar was carjacked at gunpoint, member of Congress. Congresswoman Angie Craig attacked in her apartment complex. Senator Rand Paul had a staffer that was stabbed as well. And then, of course, those two Israeli embassy staffers that were executed recently in Washington, D.C. I also will finally just...
Okay. I don't know most of those incidents, so I'd like to see dates and stuff on when they actually happened, if they've actually even happened recently. I think the ones she's talking about being executed are the two, Israeli embassy staffers. They were shot outside the embassy. It was someone targeting them because of, Israel's genocide. But
just note that even in 2023, we saw a bipartisan effort with Joe Biden to override a rewrite of Washington, D.C.'s criminal code that tried to do, softening on crime. So there has already been a demonstration of a bipartisan desire to get this under control.
Yeah, and the president also, during his remarks, read the long list of victims of Washington, D.C. crime. And the person that I'm thinking about today is Nasratullah Amanyar, who worked as an Afghan interpreter came to the United States and was murdered as a Lyft driver, working a shift as a Lyft driver in Washington, D.C., which means that he survived Taliban rule, working for the U.S. government, came to the United States for safety, and then was killed in our nation's capital. And Harris, to your point, the person who killed him was 14 years old at the time, and he received a 3-year sentence. And it was actually supposed to be a 1.5 years, and the judge said that that was too light. So what President Trump and Jeanine Pirro are trying to do is increase that, because a lot of these young people are being used for their youth.
100%.
Because the older people in the gangs know that they won't get a severe sentence. So then you see these
This is all conjecture.
teenagers,
She's assuming
sometimes
stuff.
12, 13-year-olds committing heinous crimes. I spoke to the mother of Eric Tarpinian Jackson, the congressional intern.
Also, it's not like our criminal justice system actually helps prevent recidivism and, reforms people who go to prison or anything like that. They tend to just go right back in. So sending them there for longer is just using more taxpayer money. I don't know.
Who was shot in June, and she talked about the horror of how young these victims are and how it felt to her to realize that her child, her baby, who she called a gift from
Or, they are just wanting to arrest more people for longer so private prisons make more of a profit.
God, didn't get shot one time, but was riddled with bullets. So that's the reality that she's living in, and that's what President Trump is trying to stop.
Real quickly, John, we'll bring it back to you here. How hard is it to get that age lowered from 18 to where where the crime reflects that it needs to be?
Look, the way it is now with this special treatment of juvenile offenders is a product of this kind of woke revolution in criminal law that I think President Trump and the federal government are trying to stop. Now, President Trump and the federal government and states and localities can try to change the laws and say we're not going to treat murderers differently because they're 17, because they're 16. Some of the courts might push back, but this, I think, would be an ideal moment to try to go back to the courts and say the crime problem is so out of control with young murderers that we need to start treating people who commit adult crimes like adults.
Yeah, I mean, my big question is, do you really see a change in their behaviors by letting them go early on these horrible crimes? Like, do they get turned around by society, or is there the same rate of recidivism among them as there is for
No,
adults?
actually, the data from D.C. itself is that the juveniles appear to have higher rates of going back to crime than the adults do, because they know they're rational, they're not dummies. They know they're going to be treated specially and get off on earlier sentences.
Well, they have more years to do it.
Yeah,
because they're out.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered
All right.
every weekday.
That's
at
the
12.
last of the DC National Guard stuff. I think, in summary, it's very clearly just a power grab, a way to try and assert control over the Capitol, probably anticipating civil unrest across the country, especially as the Epstein crisis continues to Okay. And yeah, so the Epstein crisis is going to get out of their hands. People are going to get angry. And then, just in general, people are losing their jobs. The economy's in shambles. Everyone is learning that, hey, maybe a fascist Trump admin that only cares about rich people is not a good idea. But we are going to be moving into Trump's upcoming meeting with Putin, which is happening in Alaska, even though in one of the videos we watched just now, he said he was going to Russia. Maybe that was a slip and he's going to, I don't know, sell Alaska to Russia or something. Who knows? He's had worse ideas.
This could end up in a third world war. This could have been a third world war. I don't think that's going to happen now. But I thought it was very respectful that the president of Russia is coming to our country as opposed to us going to his country or even a third-party place. But I think we'll have constructive conversations. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well. And, I have a great relationship, I think, with all of them. And I get along with Zelensky, but, I disagree with what he's done. Very, very severely disagree. This is a war that should have never happened, wouldn't have happened. But I'll be speaking to Zelensky. The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need. But I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a
their
land
nation
swap,
was attacked. He
because there'll be
didn't go
some
into a
land
war. It came to
swapping
him.
going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody, to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. But it's very complex because you have lines that are very uneven, and there'll be some swapping, there'll be some changes in land, and the word that they will use is, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine. They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back for Ukraine. But they've taken some very prime territory. They've taken largely ocean, in real estate we call it oceanfront property. That's always the most valuable property. If you're in a lake, a river, or an ocean, it's always the best property. Well, Ukraine, a lot of people don't know that Ukraine was largely 1,000 miles of ocean. That's gone. Other than one small area, Odessa, it's a small area. There's just a little bit of water left. So I'm going to go and see the parameters. Now, I may leave and say, good luck, and that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled. I mean, there are those that believe that Putin wanted all of Ukraine. I happen to be one of them, by the way. I think if it weren't for me, he would not be even talking to anybody else right now. But I'm going to meet with him. We're going to see what the parameters are. I'm then going to call up President Zelensky and the European leaders right after the meeting, yeah. And I'm going to tell them what kind of a deal. I'm not going to make a deal. It's not up to me to make a deal. I think a deal should be made for both. I think Russia has to get back into building their country. It's a massive country. I think they have 11 time zones, if you can believe it. It's a massive, it's by far, from the standpoint of land, it's by far the largest.
I swear,
tremendous
every
potential.
time he speaks about like another country, it's like he's just listing off facts he learned like 15 minutes ago. Also, this has been incredibly rambling and made mostly zero sense.
In Russia to do well. They're
Gotta love that he's our president.
not doing well. Their economy is not doing well right now because it's been very well disturbed by this. It doesn't help when the President of the United States tells their largest or second largest oil buyer that we're putting a 50% tariff on you if you buy oil from Russia. That was a big blow. And then they say, gee, he wasn't so tough. Nobody else would have done that. And I haven't stopped there. I mean, look, I was all set to do things far bigger than that, but I got a call that they'd like to meet, and I'm going to see what they want to meet about. I'd like to see a ceasefire.
Yeah, I mean, he can only point to just recently adding tariffs onto India for importing Russian oil, because he did that after a couple months ago when he couldn't get a peace deal with Ukraine and Putin and all of them, and realized that, oh, Putin's not actually his buddy, his friend who wants to do stuff to help him, because he's a moron who is sweet talked by any strong man.
I'd like to see the best deal that could be made for both parties. You know, it takes two to tango, right? So ultimately, I'll have a meeting next week. I had a great relationship with him, considering the fact that, I was not nice to him because of the pipeline. I ended the pipeline.
Okay.
New doubts that Ukrainian President Zelensky will be invited to take part in the upcoming summit with President Trump and Vladimir Putin on Friday. Here's what the president said just a short time ago.
What is with him constantly trying to find a peace deal in a conflict and then not including one side, specifically the side he's supposed to be representing, which is insane.
I'm going to meet with President Putin, and we're going to see what he has in mind. And if it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO leaders, and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first. And then I'll call them after. And I may say, lots of luck.
Out of respect, I'll call him first. Why isn't he in the fucking meeting?
fighting, or I may say we can make a deal.
Well, the decision to even invite Putin is controversial, and so is the location, Alaska, a former Russian territory. The setting being celebrated by Russian nationalists who have long believed it was a mistake for Moscow to have given up Alaska, much like how Putin rues the loss of Ukraine. NBC's Yamiche Alcindor covers the White House for us. Also with us, Mark Polymeropoulos, former CIA Chief of Operations in Europe and Eurasia and an MSNBC national security and intelligence analyst. Welcome both. Yamiche, what more did we hear from the president about this summit?
Well, the big question coming into the room was he going to have the president of Ukraine, President Zelensky, at the table? We had heard from sources that he was considering and making the invitation to President Zelensky, but ultimately President Trump made it very clear that this is going to be a bilateral meeting between him and Vladimir Putin. He said, in fact, that after they meet, he will then maybe call the president of Ukraine and see if there can then be a trilateral meeting between him, President Zelensky, and President Putin. But it's really interesting because President Zelensky has said no sort of peace deal can be brokered without Ukraine at the table. The president also was very interesting.
Yeah, no shit.
Today in really reiterating that he believes that there needs to be a swapping of territories. That was the language that President Trump used today. The big question is he essentially going to demand that Ukraine give up part of its territory? President Zelensky says that the Ukrainian constitution doesn't allow them to do that. But the president then said, well, you know what? President Zelensky needs to get around his own constitution because if a deal needs to be made, a deal needs to be made. The president also said he'll know within the first 2 minutes of sitting down with Vladimir Putin if a deal can be made. When he was asked, well, how would you know that? He said, well, I'm somebody who knows how to make deals, so I just know that it'll be essentially his gut telling him. So we're definitely going to be watching very closely what happens.
I love how every time he's like, I'm great at making deals, it just comes off as more and more desperate, as if he's trying to like force it into existence by repeating it enough.
On Friday, and then also what happens subsequently, because we'll know, it seems like in pretty short order, whether or not there's a sort of movement toward peace, or whether President Trump might throw up his hands and say continue fighting. Chris?
Well, Mark, let me play for you exactly what Donald Trump just said about Zelensky.
Volodymyr Zelensky is not invited on Friday?
He wasn't a part of it. I would say he could go, but he's gone to a lot of meetings. You know, he's been there for 3.5 years, nothing happened.
I wonder what you make of a summit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin that excludes one party that would need to be needed to make peace.
Well, Chris, first of all, this is a summit that's based on the false notion that Russia is willing to make any deals. Remember, Steve Witkoff, the envoy, went to Moscow, and after that, total confusion reigned. He came back. There needed to be multiple clarifications. Somehow he reported that Putin may be willing to give up some territory. The Russians then came back, said they were not, and the Europeans and the Ukrainians became quite alarmed. And I think they're going to be more alarmed, frankly, after today, where Trump was seemingly blaming Zelensky for the war, which is preposterous. But also, it looks like he's just winging it. You know, he's going just to sit down to Putin to take his temperature. That's usually not the way summits go. So in some ways, you always want the Ukrainians to be responsible for their own negotiations. But, you know, if Zelensky was there right now for this initial meeting, I think the worry is that both Russia, both Putin and Trump are going to gang up on him. Because remember, Trump just wants a deal for this, you know, his grand prize, which is to get a Nobel. A bad peace is going to be much worse. That's what the Ukrainians are very worried about. I think after the press conference today, there's going to be much more alarm in Kyiv and in Europe.
Well, Trump's national security advisor, as I'm sure you've heard, Mark, John Bolton, he's among the experts who has been very critical of this summit. If people haven't heard it, let me play it.
I think Trump has made some mistakes already. Number one, in holding this meeting on American soil, legitimizing a pariah leader of a rogue state. But what Putin gets more than anything else.
Yeah. Also, isn't Putin a war criminal, and by international law, we're supposed to arrest him if he shows up in our country?
Is an opportunity one-on-one to try and get his magic working again with Trump, applying that KGB training, whether intentionally or unintentionally. He pushed Trump further than Trump wanted to be pushed, and you saw the reaction. What Putin wants to get back, he's not so worried about the sanctions. He wants the relationship back with Trump.
So you heard what the former national security
Yeah, he has
advisor
an arrest
said,
warrant
essentially
from the
two parts.
International
One,
Court.
it's obviously
International
Putin,
Criminal
he
Court.
believes, who's getting the better deal here, and watch to see what he does in terms of using his KGB training. Would you agree with what John Bolton is saying?
I absolutely agree with John Bolton saying, Putin is a very wily veteran intelligence officer. I think he has, a book on Trump in terms of a psychological profile. He's going to know how to manipulate him.
Well, can we also just say when was it? Days, weeks ago?
Yeah, everyone knows how to manipulate Trump. You stroke his ego, you let him win on something he seems to care about a bunch, and then he'll give you whatever you want. He's a weak-minded little whore.
So suddenly we went from it was going to be more sanctions against Russia to, oh, come on over, we'll have a meeting.
Right. So who's going to show up? Is it the Trump who is being a little bit tougher on Russia, allowing the U.S. to sell weapons to the European allies who then could pass them on to the Ukrainians? Or is it going to be the Trump of the first term who really detested Zelensky and the Ukrainians? Let's not forget the 2018 Helsinki summit, Chris. I think we all have post-traumatic stress from that when our own Jonathan Lemaire asked that famous question about Russian interference in 2016, and Trump sided with the Russians on this against the intelligence community. The great worry is that when Putin gets Trump in a room, he's going to use his old intelligence training to flatter. And these are some things that Trump seems to like. And then you're going to have a press conference when the concern is that Trump kind of gives away the farm in terms of Ukraine. I don't see any national security professional, apolitical professional, who thinks this is going to turn out well on Friday in Alaska. I think there really is great concern.
Mark Polymeropoulos, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you both.
So President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are going to be a dramatic meeting, I think, in Alaska on Friday, as I think our president and hopefully the Russian president will push for peace. And the White House says it's open to inviting Zelensky. We'll see where that goes. Let's take a look now at how we got to where we are right now. First off, 2014, Barack Obama's president. Russia decides, I'm going to take Crimea. Khrushchev never should have given it away. We respond with Barack Obama by giving blankets and MREs and saying, you're going to have to give it up. They didn't. Fast forward after nonstop skirmishes in the Donbass, February 21st, out of nowhere, Russia goes, we're annexing the whole region. It is ours now. 2 days later, they go ahead and invade Ukraine. They expected a quick victory. They've had anything but. Russia takes control of Mariupol. They will later get Kharkiv and be forced to give it up. Ukraine would take part of Russia's Kursk region. They still have about 30 square miles. And then in September, Russia takes control about 80% of the Donbass region. We think they're on Friday. They're going to ask for it all. And then Russia launches the largest drone attack. And that's what we're looking at right now. Russia has lost over 1 million people. Over 1 million. While Ukraine has formed what many people believe, pound for pound, is the best army in Europe, and they've done a lot of innovation. But how long can they hold out? Let's take a look at the map of where we're at right now. This is how it looked prior to the 2022 invasion. Immediately, Russia took the red. You see some of those areas, some of those gains. Then you see the pushback by the Ukrainian forces, and you see how inept the Russians were, how ill-planned it was. It looked like the whole thing was falling apart. And then you see the counteroffensive. Check out the blue over here. The blue is where the Ukrainians are pushing back, holding out. The question is, how does 70 million or 150 million people of Russia, how long can they hold off? How long can the 46 million Ukrainians hold off the 150 million Russians? Attrition is not on their side. So, Dan Hoffman, I'll put you in the middle of this on Friday. You see the state of the war right now. When Vladimir Putin comes to Alaska, do you think he wants peace or at least a ceasefire?
Well, look, I don't think there's any indication that Vladimir Putin is willing to agree to a ceasefire, although he's certainly going to press for his maximalist demands. He's made a lot of those, that Ukraine never join NATO, that Ukraine's military be severely limited. He's made demands for territory that Russia hasn't even conquered yet in Donbass. I think that
So why are we even entertaining this meeting, this peace deal? I mean,
Putin, clear to his KGB background, has other interests in mind. He wants Ukraine to be weakened so that maybe down the road in the future, Russia could attack Ukraine and achieve the strategic objective that has eluded Putin, which is to topple the government in Kyiv and install a puppet regime. Also, Putin's never, has always regarded the United States as Russia's main enemy, glavny protivnik. The last thing Russia wants is for the United States to assert our role as the global superpower capable of solving a massive war, the largest one in Europe since the Second World War. Putin wants to assert primacy in what he considers his sphere of influence, the former Soviet Union.
So President Trump has mastered a deal and finding leverage. The leverage is if we don't come up with anything, if I don't see a sincere effort on a ceasefire, in come the secondary sanctions. They've already hit India. The word is that India picked up the phone and told the Russian president, this is going to get serious because 30% of all their oil they sell is to India. If the next is Turkey, the next is Brazil, and the fourth is China, they could gradually turn up the pressure. So it's not you have nothing to lose by going to Alaska, Vladimir, right?
Right, exactly. I think, look, sometimes people forget the art of the deal sometimes is walking away from a bad deal. I was in Hanoi in February 2019 when the president walked away from a bad deal with Kim Jong-un. I expect President Trump to tell Putin that this is the last best chance for you to strike a deal.
Right.
And if you don't do it, that's what's waiting for you.
But Dan, from Vladimir Putin's perspective, as you've always said, he might be evil, but he's not stupid. Does he understand the downside to alienating President Trump for the next 3.5 years if he goes there with those same demands, which are not palatable for the Europeans as well as the Ukrainians? Does he understand that if he makes Trump look bad, he's just got another Western enemy? There's a downside to him for him, isn't it?
There is, and I'm sure that there are back-channel
They are already our enemy. What?
discussions between Russia and their closest allies, this axis of dictatorships, China, North Korea, and Iran, especially China, though, as well as India. Are they going to be fair-weather friends? Or is it possible that U.S. foreign policy will influence those countries and that they may not be able to support Putin, particularly China and India, to carry on Putin's war machine? The Russian economy is not so strong anymore. They're running high interest rates and high inflation. It's an unbalanced wartime economy that isn't going to be able to last forever, overly dependent on the export of hydrocarbons, and that's where President Trump is seeking to gain leverage.
Right, and we are working on 2 deals, not only with the rare earth, but now we're working at a drone deal. We're going to pay them for their drone technology and try to quadruple, if not even more, the amount of drones in our arsenal. So it could be a mutual beneficial situation. Dan, is a lot of intrigue going into Friday. Hopefully it's all positive. Dan Hoffman, thanks so much.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Kill me, Brian.
The White House is making final preparations for a high-stakes summit between President Trump and Vladimir Putin in Alaska this Friday. We understand they still have to pick a venue. Also undecided what role,
On Friday,
if any,
and they haven't
Ukrainian
figured
leader
out where it
Volodymyr
is.
Zelensky will have in determining the fate of his own country. Overnight, Zelensky said, quote, Russia refuses to stop the killings and therefore must not receive any rewards or benefits. Concessions do not persuade a killer. Let's get right to CNN's Elena Treen at the White House with the latest. Good morning, Elena.
Good morning, John. I mean, look, this is an incredibly quick timeline for any type of meeting of this magnitude with a foreign leader, let alone a potential foreign adversary. And so we are seeing people here at the White House really scrambling to try and make this possible. And again, hosting Vladimir Putin on American soil, I cannot go or overstate enough just how big of a deal this is and how little time they have had to prepare for this. Now, you mentioned this, John, but as of this morning, there is still no official venue for this face-to-face meeting between President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. We know, of course, that it's expected to be in Alaska. It's central to, Moscow as well as Washington, but that's really all that they are sharing on that front thus far. And I think the stakes, of course, are so incredibly high. We are now 7 months into the president's first term, and his big goal, one of the top priorities for him when he came into office, was to try to find a swift end to this war between Russia and Ukraine. And recently, of course, in recent months, we've really seen his tune change. He had hoped that he could leverage his relationship with Putin to make progress on that. But in recent weeks, you've really seen his frustration with the Russian president grow because of his duplicity. And now, of course, we are seeing the president host him on American soil and seeing if hopefully he can make further progress by having it face to face. It's really a major test for President Donald Trump and his long-held faith in having these face-to-face meetings and hoping that they are really the key negotiating tool that he believes in. Now, I think there's still, of course, a number of questions that are hanging over this. You mentioned one, but the big one, of course, is whether or not we're actually going to see Zelensky travel to Alaska as well for this. We did not hear the president or other top officials say that he was going to be coming when they announced this on Friday, but from our conversations with people here at the White House, they are leaving that potential open. But the priority for them has remained in these conversations. They say the priority has remained that they have Trump and Putin come face to face. Another key question, of course, is what exactly did Putin share with the special envoy for the president, Steve Witkoff, last week when Witkoff met with him in Moscow? That was really the key meeting that set all of this in motion. And what was it exactly? What are the exact details?
Bet you
that
anything
Putin was
they're
offering that
discussing the
made,
Epstein
people here in this
files.
administration
'Cause,
believe that
yeah,
it was the time
Putin
was
clearly
right
has something
to
on
have
Trump.
these two come together. And so really a number of questions that still need to be answered. A lot of people here scrambling ahead of the Friday summit, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what they can work out in these next few days.
Yeah. What, if anything, is Russia conceding in this process? Such a key question. Elena Treen at the White House, thank you very much. Kate?
Yeah, there's really only
How are
nothing
they
but
conceding?
questions surrounding this at this point, it appears. Joining us right now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier and CNN political and national security analyst, of course, with the New York Times, David Sanger. It's good to see you guys. David, at this point, do you see a last-minute invitation being extended to Zelensky to join? And if not, does it necessarily mean that Ukraine's going to be on the losing end of any deal?
Well, I could imagine them inviting him, but depending on how that first meeting goes with President Putin and President Trump, it might not work out so well. So just imagine for a moment, Kate, this scenario, that Putin comes in and makes a series of land demands. The president, we've already heard, is talking about land swaps. What's he not talking about? He's not talking about security guarantees for Ukraine. He hasn't spoken yet about whether or not Ukraine could.
So when it comes to land swaps, like Russia is occupying Ukrainian land. I don't think Ukraine is occupying any Russian land in return. So what are they swapping? Who's giving land to Ukraine? Because I assume when he says that, he's saying, "Oh, Russia's going to keep the land they're occupying." But
could eventually join NATO. The administration has been pretty negative on that. And so then he presents something to Zelensky and puts him in a room with Putin. If Zelensky rejects it, then it puts Putin and Trump on the side of pressuring Zelensky and puts us right back where we were during that disastrous Oval Office meeting back in February.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem that, I don't know if we could say it's the most likely scenario, Kim, but you've got, just as David was saying, either Putin walks in, gets a good deal for him, and Trump successfully convinces Zelensky to accept it, or Putin walks in, gets a good deal for him, and then Zelensky rejects it, and then we've got this wedge created once again between the United States and Ukraine. I mean, what are you hearing from your sources?
Yeah, and the fireworks from Alaska would be seen from space at that point. In Ukraine, what people are worried about is Putin's track record of convincing Trump of the rightness of his position and the inevitability of Russian efforts to take over parts of Ukraine. So they are worried that no matter what Europe is doing right now to bolster Kyiv's position and say we won't accept something that gives away territory for nothing. The fact of the matter is, Trump gets in a room with Putin and frequently gets educated about history from the Russian point of view and takes it at face value. So the question is, will Trump have anyone in the room with him to give him an alternative point of view? Is it going to be another one of those Helsinki-style events where it was just Putin and Trump and I believe a translator? And that is a dangerous situation for Kyiv. Meanwhile, you've got Zelensky saying, we're not going to give up territory, that Russia is demanding that it get territory that it has not yet won on the battlefield, including major cities. I can't see anyone in Ukraine standing for that.
And David, then there's this secondary sanctions kind of effort and threat hanging out there at the same time. Trump imposing new tariffs on India as punishment for continuing to buy Russian oil and gas. And then Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal, they've been pushing an even tougher plan. I mean, they've been working this for over years at this point. This tougher plan, trying to get it through Congress. I want to play how Graham kind of put it all in perspective yesterday.
Putin could give a damn about sanctions. He evades them. He could give a damn about how many Russians die. The one thing that he can't tolerate and live with if we go after his customers.
Yeah.
The whole goal is to crush his customers, India and China and Brazil, that if you keep buying Putin's oil and prop up his war machine, you will be denied access to our economy.
And definitely won't cause any animosity with those countries who, some of them would be preferable
if
as
you're looking
allies.
for an example of strategic incoherence, this is one of the most prime ones, Kate. We have put secondary sanctions on India, which has been buying Russian oil. Okay, got that, check. We have not put any secondary sanctions on China, and in fact, the president, because he's got a much bigger deal in mind with China, has put off all of the decisions about China.
Yeah, he keeps hoping for a deal and saying that they're negotiating secretly, whereas China keeps saying they're not actually making a deal because China actually has a robust economy and robust infrastructure and doesn't need us anymore.
For about 90 days. China buys more Russian oil than India does. And Russia itself, the aggressor in the war, has about a 10% tariff on it right now, one of the lowest that's out there. Can anyone explain, if you had to like walk into a classroom and try to explain to a group of international relations students why it is that you did this way, I don't understand really how you'd go do it.
Yeah, and hence why the Graham-Blumenthal bill has like almost all of the Senate endorsing their plan versus the way the president's taking this piecemeal one
Which
step at a
makes
time.
perfect, and that makes perfect sense, yeah.
Exactly. Kim, David, I mean, it's going to be a week, guys. Thank you so much.
Officials are reporting a mass.
Okay. That's it on the Russia-Putin thing. Basically, it seems like Trump is going to a talk with a war criminal on our soil that we should be arresting. Bad optics there, in my opinion. He has no plan. He's not even bringing the leader of the nation we are protecting and trying to represent. And he's going to try and give away land and stuff that the Ukrainians said that they will not do. So it's going to be pointless. Trump is probably going to come back and just spew whatever Putin told him back at us, back at Zelensky, and nothing's going to change, and the war will continue. Terrible diplomat. Can't make a deal to save his life.
Casualty incident at the.
So now, moving to local news, there was an explosion at a steel plant in Pennsylvania this morning. There's a couple videos on it. I just want to get more information. Hope everyone's safe. This is why we need work safety, OSHA,
U.S. Steel
the like.
Claritin plant. Let's
so
bring in
stuff like
CBS
this
News correspondent
doesn't
Chanel
happen.
Call for much more on what we're learning there. Chanel, thank you for your time. What can you tell us today?
Well, Mugo, still very much a fluid situation. A huge police and emergency services presence there this hour. Initial images from the scene, Mugo, show this huge black plume of smoke on top of that facility. Local residents that we heard from actually reported feeling their homes shaking during this explosion. Now, we are told, as you mentioned, this is a mass casualty situation. But at this point, Mugo, unclear how many people were injured and what the extent of those injuries are. Now, authorities are saying this happened inside what's called the reversing room just before 11 o'clock this morning at the U.S. Steel Claritin Coke plant. This is about 15 miles south of Pittsburgh. Moments ago, our partners at KDKA just spoke to the mayor there in Claritin. Listen.
All right, I'm going to go back out now live
to Chris Hoffman, who is standing by with Clairton's mayor, Rich Lattanzi. Chris, bring us up to speed. What are you learning now?
Yeah, at this point, we still know multiple people injured. We're actually going to talk with the Clairton mayor right now, Rich Lattanzi. Mayor, what are you hearing so far of this unfortunate situation?
Well, like I said, I had some people text me this morning. I was at the hospital with my dad getting some tests and said, hey, my house is shook. There was a big explosion, we think, from the mill. And then on my 911 call, I saw that they called for multiple ambulances and possible, multiple injuries and so on and so forth. And like I said, when I got back, I wanted to talk to some people in the mill. Everybody's still trying to sort it out, but at the end of the day, it was a tragedy. An explosion supposedly from a reversing room between 13 and 15 battery, and some people possibly injured, maybe critically. And my heart goes out to them and their family, and I'm just so sad about this whole day. And the mill is such a big part of Clairton. But everyone that works there, and I don't care how young or how old you are, you got to work every day to make a living for your family. You need to go home healthy, and some people are not going to see the same husband or son or somebody that's working the mill, and it's just a sad day for Clairton.
Explain what that means. For those of us that have never been there, what does that reversing battery mean? What exactly is all that?
I don't know what the reversing room does, but I know it's very important to 13 and 15 batteries operation. So that's two more batteries that are down right now. And just recently, Clairton had a couple other batteries go down. So now these batteries will be down for a while until this can be rebuilt, which is going to be a long process. But at the end of the day, the injuries and if there's any deaths or whatever, we can't take that back. We can't rebuild that or fix that. Somebody today, is injured, and there's going to be a lot of pain and sorrow with their family and friends. And all the coworkers that work in there, what do you think they're thinking right now? This could have been me, or this could be me next week. So, they have a tough job, and it's a dangerous job, and my heart bleeds for every one of them and their families.
I was going to say, you have a very personal connection to U.S. Steel. You work just down the road at the Irvin Works. While maybe not this plant, you're still, USW bonded. What's that feeling for you? Not just as like the political leader here, but as someone that's worked in the mill, worked with steel workers.
Right. The union and the mills are my brothers and sisters. I was a union worker, and I just recently, in the last couple of years, helped get a couple dozen people hired. There could have been somebody in this mill today that I helped them get a job because they wanted a good paying job. And now I'm thinking to myself, wow, I got them a job, and now they're injured. But I mean, yeah, they're union brothers and sisters, and it would be like somebody in your family. We're all family, and I just, like I said, I'm just so distraught.
I know it's still early. Is there any potential hazard to the people of Clairton at this point? Should they be sheltering in place? Should they be doing anything like that?
Well, I would have probably got a call for somebody, a heads up higher up in the U.S. Steel to say, Mayor, you got an issue with the pollution or Clairton. I did not receive a phone call, and I heard things were under control, so I'll go with that for now.
Who's kind of being the lead on this? Is this could be county emergency services that probably handles everything?
Oh, yeah. With something of this magnitude, it went out to the county, and I saw an all-call, which means everybody that's available come, and, mass injuries, possibly casualties. So we got people as far as Pittsburgh, Verona. I saw a couple of the ambulances, whatever. I got my guys from council out here helping out with traffic, my public works guys. Everybody's chipping in to make this work, and by the end of the day, we'll know more, but it's not going to be a pretty thing.
Obviously a very tragic situation, but you talk about how quickly responses from all neighboring communities, even other parts of the county, getting here. How much does that help to facilitate getting these people the help they need and also make sure everyone else stays safe?
Well, we did recently have some of these questions at our council meeting where people were saying, Mayor, what about something happens on the mill? How would we know? I mean, how would we get help? How are we going to get the information out? Well, this is a prime example today. So the county kind of took the lead on that. And if there's any implications environmentally and some people in Clairton got a shelter in place, I didn't receive that call yet, but the county got it all under control, and they know all the phone numbers and all the players. And yeah, I got a call from my senator, state representative, and so on and so forth. And guess what? They're all saying, Mayor, if you need something, let me know. I got a call from the Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis. So it's a big deal for everyone.
Is there a plan in place for these? Was there a plan today to handle it?
Yes, there is. There is an emergency plan in place. They review it every 3 to 5 years. There's definitely a plan in place.
Thank you. I know you're a wanted man, right? Or a very busy man. I'll let you go to your next one. Again, that was Mayor Richard Lattanzi of the city of Clairton describing how it was being handled here. Again, you heard plan in place. At this point, he's still finding out details just like we are. We know County Emergency Services is handling the investigation. We've asked them to see what we can further learn. We'll keep you posted both on air and online. Live in Clairton.
All right, so we were listening to our coverage from our partners at KDKA there, listening to the mayor. As the mayor mentioned, Mugo, this plant, is such a big part of the Clairton community. I'm reading about this right now, that it's actually the largest Coke manufacturing facility in North America, producing approximately 4.7 million tons of Coke each year. As for what's happening on the ground right now, the local county communications director, Abigail Gardner, is saying what's happening is a rescue operation for people who were trapped at that facility. We can also report, Mugo, that there was an explosion at this same plant back in 2010, so 15 years ago, and during that explosion, 20 people were injured. Also seeing some reaction to this morning, Governor Shapiro saying on X that my administration is now in touch with local officials in Clairton, PA, as they respond to an explosion at U.S. Steel Clairton Coke Works plant this morning. So obviously many different agencies now working on this operation. There are emergency services and police on scene right now, and we are told this is a mass casualty situation, but unclear at this point, Mugo, exactly how many people are injured and the extent of those injuries. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this story and bring you the latest here on CBS News 24/7.
Yeah, I mean, good. They have the emergency help that they need, and that this wasn't a bigger disaster. Yeah, that's all I really got to say. So I'm gonna skip ahead past the next video, which I assume won't add too much more. So we're gonna move on to Al Jazeera covering journalists
Al
in
Jazeera
Gaza.
employees are holding a moment of silence to mourn the murder of Anas al-Sharif and 4 of our colleagues in a deliberate Israeli attack on a tent that they were in. We'll take you straight to the Al Jazeera Arabic newsroom here in Doha to listen in.
In Gaza, who wonders in the different tents, and also the people who are starving, and also the hospitals and the beds in those destroyed hospitals. Those are photos who needed to disappear, according to the
Reminder that it is illegal
Those
to
are
murder press.
photos and pictures and footage
in a war
that
zone.
changed the opinion of the international community, given the tragedy that the Palestinian cause in Palestine is known, and it showed the world who are the children murderers and the racists in this part of the world. That's why Anas was told, as well as to Dahduh as well, you have to stop, otherwise. But he was determined, together with Mohammed Kreka and all the other correspondents and team of Al Jazeera, in their mission to reveal the truth, knowing that this otherwise was a clear threat to their life that will be executed at any time. This is how Anas and Muhammad and Ibrahim and Muhammad, they are now with Ram al-Rifi wal-Ghul wa Muhammad al-Dahduh, Samir Abu Daqqa, Ahmad al-Luh, and Shireen Abu Aqla. They are all in the same place. They left us. We are here today standing in order to express our gratitude and also to remain faithful to our colleagues and martyrs, and to say that we are determined to remain professionals and to continue on this path. Now we give the floor to Asim Al-Hamidi, the news editor.
Yeah, I believe the number of journalists killed in Gaza is almost 200 at this point. Reprehensible.
May all the martyrs rest in peace. May all the martyrs of Al Jazeera rest in peace, as well as those who are trying to reveal the truth. This is a tragedy. However, it is a tragedy that will open the door to determination and to continue to move forward on the path of showing the truth. We say the killing of prophets did not stop the message from being conveyed. And we say also that killing correspondents and journalists will not prevent the spreading of the truth, the facts, and the words. May Anas al-Sharif rest in peace. May Muhammad al-Qriqa rest in peace. May Ibrahim al-Dahir rest in peace. May Muhammad Nufal rest in peace. And may all the martyrs of the truth rest in peace. Thank you. Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Asif. Now we have Mu'min al-Sharafi from Gaza, from the tent, precisely the tent where Israel killed our colleagues. Mu'min, we express our sincere condolences to you and to all our colleagues in Palestine. The words, we have no words to express our condolences when it comes to Anas, Mohammed Qreka, Anas and Mohammed and Ibrahim and all the other colleagues. You have the floor. In fact, sorrow and sadness is beyond words here in Gaza. All the words in all the languages of the world cannot express the missing and the tragedy following the martyrdom of Mohammed Qreka, Anas al-Sharif, Ibrahim Dafir, and Nofel, and Mu'min Alewa, and our colleague Mohammed al-Khaldi. Those heroes have documented for over the last 2 years all the crimes of the Israeli occupation in northern Gaza. They documented with voice and image, and they conveyed it to the whole world, hoping that they will move a finger in order to put an end to this genocide, to this killing and murdering that is targeting civilians, doctors, and journalists across the Strip. We are here standing in front of the tent where our colleagues were martyred, where they spent their last hours before they were killed by a missile from the Israeli army, and they all were killed after that. We are now saying goodbye and bidding farewell to our colleagues who exposed the occupation and the Israeli occupation forces, and to convey this image to the world, who did not try to change a thing. And we say that despite the threatening, we continue our mission, and we express our sincere condolences to all the martyrs, and we are determined to continue to convey the truth until the last breath. We renew also our promise to Anas and to all our colleagues that we will stay committed and we will not stop until all the voices of those who are starved and those who died, those who are suffering from this war, to transmit the images to a world who left us alone in front of this genocide. May Anas, Mohammed, Ibrahim, and all the martyrs rest in peace. And may God shower us with mercy and also bless their relatives and beloved ones with patience. And we only say what we can, which is, may God be sufficient to us. We express our sincere condolences to you, to their families, and to ourselves as their colleagues and their colleagues everywhere here in Al Jazeera. Thank you. And may God protect you and protect all our beloved colleagues in occupied Palestine.
These guys are heroes. They have spent the last couple of years of their life trying to document the atrocities, watching their fellow journalists be killed until they were finally killed themselves. It's disgusting what Israel is doing.
Now with Wael Al-Dahdouh, the director of Al Jazeera office in Gaza, you have the floor. May our colleagues rest in peace. Those who are parts of our own bodies, they are also parts of our souls. However, it is a tragedy, and it's heartbreaking to always get together in this sorrow and sadness, as if we are meant to always repeat the sadness and the sorrows one after the other, and tragedies one after the other. In fact, maybe this situation and this tragedy will put us as journalists and colleagues in front of several challenges, big challenges. However, what is important in this context and this regard is that the voice is still coming from the Gaza Strip, despite all those tragedies and despite the sadness. The image is still flowing out of Gaza, and despite all this sorrow that is destroying our hearts and breaking our hearts in the Gaza Strip, given all what they have seen and all the price that they had to pay, expensive price, including with their souls, their blood, and their fear. The colleagues, but also their families, their friends, their neighbors. And despite all this, they are still there, and they are still working as journalists and keeping this mission and determined to convey their message. I think and I believe if there's one condolence, this is our condolences that we should express to the journalism that is being exercised and practiced in Gaza with the values and ethics, this new ethics, if I may say, that is still spreading in Gaza, from Gaza and within Gaza. And however, this timing and this specific opportunity, as we see blood and martyrs, there is one word that should be conveyed to our colleagues across the globe, including the Arab colleagues, the Muslims in Europe and in the United States. Where are you from all this, from all these tragedies and all these violations? We are one journalistic body, that we are all committed and bound by one message. Therefore, we are all responsible and we have a role in this message. It is high time that you take concrete steps, serious steps, all from their own organism and from their own countries and place. And I think that if you play this role fully, maybe we would have been able to put an end to this bloodshedding.
I think the unfortunate thing is that there are a lot of people speaking up. There are a lot of people protesting. There are a lot of people trying to pressure like news outlets, whether from as workers from the inside or not, to shine a light on the atrocities happening in Gaza. But it doesn't matter because so many of have actual democracies. They don't actually, many of the politicians, say in like the Senate, don't actually represent the interest. Want this conflict to end. They want a ceasefire. They don't want to sell any more weapons to Israel, but it doesn't matter. And speaking for like Europe and stuff, Europe is essentially our vassals. They have to do what the U.S. wants them to do for the most part. They're starting to speak up now, but it's performative. It's
I hope that this tragedy, that this big loss, and this blood that is being shed should be the last blood to be shed. However, if we as journalists, we are not acting as one body, then this reality will not change and it will not be guaranteed. Thank you, Abu Hamza. Thank you, Wa'il Dahtuh. Now we give the floor to Tamer Al-Mishal, our colleague from Al Jazeera channel. Salma, and to everyone, this is a very difficult moment to be here and to bid farewell to Anas Al-Sharif, Mohammed Qariqa, Mohammed Nofo, Mu'min Alewa, and Mohammed Al-Khaldi. To each one of those, they have a story. Anas Al-Sharif that you are seeing here, I used to speak to his elder brother. Anas is the youngest in his family. His brother told me, before the war, Anas was the last of our family, which means the youngest one. However, in this war, he became our eldest brother with his mission, with his words, and the way he was performing his role. Mohammed Qariqa, our correspondent, our martyr, he's also the unique child of his parents. He lived orphan as he lost his father. And in this war, he saw the execution of his mother in a hospital in Gaza as she was killed in the second invasion. And now he is a martyr as well in Al-Shifa hospital together with his colleagues. Mohammed Naufal, their colleague and their companion, he lost before 40 days his mother as well. So we are talking to each colleague who has a story and has a message. Behind the camera, they are suffering, and in front of the camera, they act as heroes. They conveyed the message in the most professional way, and this is the promise that we have to keep here in Al Jazeera in the presence of Wa'il al-Dahtouh, and our hero who is the companion and the friend of Mohammed Naufal and other correspondents, Mohammed Omar, in presence of those heroes and after the words pronounced by Al-Aziz Mu'min al-Shrafi, who lost 22 members of his family as martyrs, we say to everyone in front of this camera and to our colleagues is we promise you to keep conveying our message. We are all here to say that.
Can you imagine? Just try and list off 22 of your own family members right now, and they're all dead. That's insane. That is disgusting.
The will of Muhammad and all those who martyred, we will continue to convey our message in the most professional way, in the most responsible way. The Israeli occupation will not be able to kill the image, to kill the truth and the professionalism. The truth will always prevail sooner or later. Thank you, Tamer. We have also Irene Khan with us, the UN envoy for freedom of expression. You have the floor.
بداية أريد أن أشكركم جميعا لتذكركم لي وإتاحة الفرصة لي للمشاركة برغم هذه الأوقات الحزينة، لكنها لحظة فخر لأن باستطاعتنا أن نفخر بما قام به أنس ورفاقه وما قام به صحفيو الجزيرة في أنحاء العالم من أجل إخراج الحقيقة للجميع. أرغب أن أخبركم أن اليوم قمت بإصدار بيان صحفي
a press statement or a press release in which I voiced my anger and also the audacity of the Israeli occupation since the beginning of the defamation campaign against Anas, and that was with one purpose, which is to destroy his credibility and then to target him together with his colleagues and also to close the eye of the world that was present in Gaza. However, I do not think that they will be held accountable one day. This is not a coincidence that 4 correspondents or journalists were killed just a few days after Netanyahu declared that he will take over or take control of Gaza. This happened because in order to stop conveying the truth and also to hide all the crimes that are being committed by Israel and the Israeli government. However, this truth will continue to be shown. And I have demanded an investigation, an independent investigation. In fact, we do not believe what is being said by the Israeli army. They say that Anas was a member of Hamas. However, they did not provide any...
Yeah, they say anyone they want to kill is a member of Hamas, and either way, it doesn't really matter. They just kill whoever they want.
Proof to these claims. Same applies to other journalists who were targeted also. The Israeli army is a murderer and they are starving women and children. They do not have any credibility. Therefore, it is important to have an independent investigations that needs to be conducted, and Israel should let the international media to enter Gaza. In fact, the journalists of Gaza have paid a very expensive price, and they will continue to do so. Same as Anas, they will continue to speak and to share the truth. However, if Israel will judge that they have no credibility, then why don't they open the door to international journalists? And if it refuses for the second time to conduct an independent investigation or refused international media to enter the Gaza Strip, then this will be once again a proof the Israeli practices when it comes to crime wars and crimes against humanity. The impunity and also the way the Israeli army is behaving is because they know that they can do whatever they want without any consequences. However, in this regard,
because they have the backing of the United States, the most powerful nation in the world, the one that has the veto power in the United Nations, the one that supplies them with all of their military weapons and uses them as their own attack dog and aircraft carrier in the Middle East.
I want to say here, because you, journalists, believe that the truth will never be silenced and that the justice will be served one day. This could take some time, but justice will be served. In the press statement, I also called on all the friends of Israel to impose sanctions on Israel. I think that this is the only way in order to stop the killings, the starvation, and also to allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza.
Yeah, it's better than absolutely no pressure
that is
at all, but
being
I don't think it'd be enough.
carried out by the journalists cannot.
What we need is a ceasefire, third party, probably UN troops, to go in there and to create a buffer zone between the combatants and not let Israel just bomb people willy-nilly like they do during ceasefires in the past.
Be expressed in words. After the press release, Anas sent me a message or a letter, and he thanked me a few weeks ago. He thanked me and he told me that he was completely committed to continuing to work in conveying the truth of what is happening in Gaza, to convey this truth to the world. And this is exactly what he did until the very last moments. That was his mission. Journalism is not terrorism. Journalism is one of the most noble professions that exist today, and the world, we all, it helps us to know the
Noble
truth.
if done right.
Therefore, you are providing a huge service, and those who work in dangerous zones, those who are risking their lives, just like Anas and his colleagues, we tell you that the world will not forget you. We will always remember the work of the journalists. And I believe that people in Gaza, one day, they will have the justice they deserve. And this will be thanks to the work that is being carried out by the journalists today. Thank you. Thank you for your words and for your message. Thank you, Irene Khan, the UN envoy for enhancing the freedom of speech. As we keep our promise towards our work and our profession, and as we keep our promise to our martyrs, we will continue our work, our mission, and Al Jazeera will never stop sharing the truth in the most professional way. And as Anas Sharif used to say, we continue the coverage. Thank you.
Well, those were some of our colleagues at Al Jazeera Arabic in the studio as well as in the newsroom as they pay tribute to the 5 Al Jazeera journalists murdered in an Israeli attack in Gaza.
Don't miss out. Get a full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share,
depressing.
Stay ahead.
Salah Nigam joins me now. He is the Director of News for Al Jazeera English. And Salah, can I just begin by saying first that I am very sorry for your loss and that we here at CNN really do stand in...
Please, CNN has been providing cover for Israel for most of this genocide. So,
in solidarity with you and your journalists at this time. This was the targeted killing of, I believe, 5 of your staff, including one of the most prominent journalists and voices during the duration of this war, Al-Sharif. Can I begin by just asking you for your reaction to what has happened?
First, thank you very much. And I think this is time that journalists everywhere in the world stand beside each other to defend collecting the truth from the field and protecting themselves against the tyranny and crimes that's committed against them. The reaction is journalists in Gaza are journalists. They have been working for 2 years under very difficult circumstances, risking their lives in order for one thing to happen, is to bring the truth about what's happening in Gaza to the outside world. And our correspondent died doing this after a threat from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday in the evening, few hours before they were killed. A threat, and at the same time when he was asked, why don't you let international journalists to go into Gaza, he promised to secure them. And this is how he secured journalists, killing 5 of them.
And the IDF have come out with this claim that Anas served as the head of a terrorist cell in Hamas. I mean, it's an accusation of Hamas.
Yeah, let's not forget that no Western journalists are allowed into Gaza. The journalists there are like Al Jazeera, based in the United Arab Emirates. They are just other brown people that people will write off and easily be like, oh, they were part of Hamas and stuff when they are killed.
Hamas membership that you have heard throughout the duration of the war. What is your response to that?
It's not we only have heard that accusation. Anything for this Israeli government, which doesn't go along with its desires and narratives and what it plans to Gaza or other places, is Hamas member. This is the easiest accusation that happens. This is a government that is lying and lying and lying, and its lies are proved by so many organizations, eyewitnesses, countries throughout this war.
Anas and your other Al Jazeera journalists had moved, we know, to write their own obituaries before they were killed, which suggests they knew what was coming. Can you tell us what you know of the events of the past week and where the crew were at the time of the strike?
The crew was in the vicinity of Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza. This is a location that a lot of journalists go and start giving live interviews with their channels or collect information from. It's very well known, and they were not hiding. They're known to be there. Yes, every journalist in Gaza is writing his own obituary, because if you are in Gaza, you are not safe anywhere, whether you are a journalist or a normal citizen. 60,000 people died. Every morning you have something like between 50 and 100 people.
I'm going to read this statement that's on the screen just because I think it's worth saying. From the killed journalist. I entrust you with Palestine, the jewel in the crown of the Muslim world, the heartbeat of every free person in this world. I entrust you with its people, with its wronged and innocent children who never had the time to dream or live in safety and peace. I urge you not to let chains silence you, nor borders restrain you. Be bridges towards the liberation of the land and its people, until the sun of dignity and freedom rises over our stolen homeland.
So yes, they live in danger all the time.
Yeah. Salah, Israel have known where your journalists have been for the past 2 years. Can you speak to us about the timing of this and why you think this happened now?
Good
the
question.
timing of this attack was clear from the Israeli Prime Minister press conferences yesterday. He announced his plans for Gaza. He wants to go and level the city and transfer something like 1 million of its inhabitants to concentration camp in the south. And maybe will accept voluntarily what he calls volunteer evacuation. And in fact, it's expelling all of them. That is the plan for Gaza. Now, do they need eyewitnesses? Do they need cameras to monitor that and give the world? In the same press conference yesterday, he denied that there was hunger, shortage of food, but not starvation.
Yeah, can't have any journalists in Gaza that would show the final steps of their genocide.
Which is a lie, as we all know. they suspect the numbers of 60,000 people dead, although it's verified by everyone. So it's killing the messenger and trying to eliminate any eyewitness to atrocities.
Yes, and we know what a lot of your journalists have been doing, and us in particular, is bearing witness to the starvation that has been happening in the enclave. The Committee to Protect Journalists last month said it was gravely worried for al-Sharif's safety. How concerned are you for your remaining staff there now? And are you taking any precautions? Is it even possible?
There are protocols to secure journalists internationally, like protective gears, trackers, knowing their whereabouts, the way they use the communications, and all of that. But at the same time, if they are reporting from a besieged place with very little movement they can do, and they are confronted by a complete modern army that's bombing that place every day, there is no place safe. So we pray for God every day for their safety, as well as the other people in Gaza, children, women, and men who are under fire for 2 years now.
Yeah, and as I said at the top, we stand in solidarity with our eyes and ears on the ground there in Gaza. Salah Nigam, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
The Foreign Press Association says it's outraged by the targeted killings of journalists in Gaza. Let's bring in Ian Williams, the president of the association. Ian, welcome to the program. As we've noted, we've seen repeated calls for Western journalists to be allowed into Gaza as the war approaches its 2-year mark. Just talk about, tell our viewers why that is so important to have Western journalists there to observe what is going on the ground throughout the war, and what the reaction has been and the justification when you reach out to the Israeli government demanding as much.
Well, one of the points is we should trust Palestinian journalists as well, but there's, profound sort of racism, and the Israeli government has basically said if you're Palestinian, you're not to be trusted. Whereas I think the foreign press, the press in general, are now beginning to learn that whatever the Israeli government says has to be taken with a hundredweight of salt, because there's, what they say bears no relation to reality. And they use keywords like, the Hamas Ministry of Defense. Hamas controls the place. The Ministry of Health. Hamas controls the place. Journalists there, frankly...
Yeah, Hamas had civil branches of governance as well. They weren't just a terrorist organization.
I don't care whether al-Sharif was in Hamas or not. We don't kill journalists for being Republicans or Democrats or in Britain Labour Party. Hamas is a political organization as well as a terrorist organization, perhaps. But it's not permissible to go killing people. And this was the distinct change now, is the IDF actually boasted that this was a targeted killing. And the reason they're doing that is they're not letting foreign journalists in. So Palestinian journalists are the only ones who are there, the only ones who can tell what's happening there. And what they're saying completely contradicts what's coming from Israeli spokesmen in Israel and across the world. It's quite clear they've documented the ongoing massacres, and the Israelis don't like it.
What do you mean by not caring whether Anas al-Sharif was part of Hamas? Because the Israelis have produced what they say is evidence and have longstanding statements where they say he was not only part of Hamas, but he was leading a Hamas cell. In your view, that doesn't make him fair game for Israeli targets?
Well, first of all, I don't believe...
That's not... They're making that claim. You have to verify it before you can actually act on it. You're just taking the Israeli word at face value when it has been proven time and time again that they lie. Also, he's dead now, so does it matter? You can't prove anything now because the person they're accusing is dead. Fuck off.
He's been working 24 hours on journalism. He doesn't have time to work in a cell on the side. The second point is I basically don't believe anything the Israeli government says about this. They've lied and lied and lied. They buried a whole medical team after denying it. They went and destroyed the evidence. They bombed hospitals.
Yeah, they don't just kill journalists. They also kill doctors, medics.
claiming there are Hamas facilities underneath which weren't there. And the only way to conclusively disprove them was to let foreign journalists in. And they won't do that. So now they're basically saying, if foreign journalists are allowed in now, I would make sure they compose their wills before they go.
These are two separate.
The IDF has no compunction.
Speak.
These are two separate issues you raise. I think the majority of journalists around the world, and I would imagine a lot of our viewers, would support allowing Western journalists into Gaza to see for themselves and report for themselves what is happening in this war. But when you say you don't believe a word Israel is saying, you know, there's been a lot of accusation thrown at Israel for not producing evidence to confirm some of the claims they've made.
Accusation of not providing evidence. It's a fact they haven't provided any evidence.
If they then produce evidence and you say, I don't believe it, where does that leave things?
Okay, yeah, what do you think Israel's been doing the entire time for every single Palestinian journalist? They say all Palestinians lie, it doesn't matter. But just now, after 2 years of slaughter, the other people are saying, oh, maybe Israel is a liar. Maybe they lie about everything.
Well, it leaves things. We work on the balance of proof. Our job is to challenge authority. The authority here is denying access to independent witnesses. Nobody else is allowed to go into Gaza. International organizations aren't allowed into Gaza. Journalists aren't allowed into Gaza. Reuters, AP, CNN, BBC are not allowed into Gaza. Now, what does that give us? Sort of more than a little hint that things are going on there that the Israeli government doesn't want you to know about or doesn't want you to witness. What other conclusion are you going to give? Now, there's a presumption in favor of Israel in a lot of this, which is totally unjustified after recent experience. I think, and they've targeted journalists before, in the West Bank as well, by the way. We're looking at Gaza, but journalists have been assaulted and killed in the West Bank as well for witnessing what the settlers are doing, let alone what the IDF is doing. So I think we're really, you know, it doesn't do Israel any great favors for basically making everything they say totally questionable.
All right, Ian Williams, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much.
She's pissed. Yeah, no, like, they refuse to allow anyone else to verify what they are saying. It's very clear that they are doing that because they're lying. So it's right to not trust them. It is correct to say, oh, okay, they don't truck in the truth. Everything they say is a lie.
For the time, President of the Foreign Press Association, we appreciate it.
Now, a prominent Al Jazeera journalist Anas al-Sharif has been killed in an Israeli strike in Gaza. The UN has criticized the attack as a grave breach of humanitarian law and launched an investigation. Mr. al-Sharif was killed in a tent in northern Gaza alongside 4 colleagues. Al Jazeera described the attack as punishment for al-Sharif's extensive reporting from northern Gaza. Israel claimed he was the leader of a Hamas cell planning rocket attacks, something strongly denied by the Qatar-based news organization. And in Doha, Al Jazeera staff have held a vigil for their colleagues. Also killed were the Al Jazeera correspondent Mohammed Kuraika, cameraman Ibrahim Zahir, Mohammed Nufal and Momen Aliwa. Israel has not said they were in any way connected to Hamas. Well, Jody Ginsburg is CEO of the committee.
Yeah, so what does that mean? The guy supposedly head of the Hamas cell or organizing Hamas had 4 coworkers around him, assumably all the time. I mean, what else is there to do in Gaza but try and sleep and eat and then otherwise witness being genocided? And none of them are also in any way associated with Hamas.
Journalists and gave her reaction to the killings.
We're absolutely devastated by this news. We warned in a statement several weeks ago that we were concerned for the safety of Anas al-Sharif after an Israeli defense spokesperson rehearsed claims without providing evidence that Anas was a terrorist. And of course, that's now come to pass. And not only has Anas been targeted, but 4 other journalists working for Al Jazeera killed in the same strike and 2 other people as well. Journalists are considered civilians in any war setting and should not be targeted, and to target them deliberately is a war crime. We have not heard anything from Israel alleging that the other 4 journalists
has admitted to doing a war crime, but said, "Oh, hello." I keep doing this. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Essentially, Israel has admitted to doing this war crime and just called Hamas afterwards. It's ridiculous.
the others in the tent had any kind of terrorist links, and it's hard to see at all what justification there would be for this kind of attack, including on Anas al-Sharif. We still yet to see any real credible evidence of Anas al-Sharif's terrorist links, and this is a pattern we've seen repeatedly from Israel.
Well, John Williams is the executive director of the Rory Peck Trust, founded in memory of the freelance cameraman Rory Peck, who was killed in Moscow in 1993. The organisation supports the safety and welfare of freelance journalists worldwide. Well, John Williams explained how significant these killings were.
The murder of 6 journalists in a single incident is one of the worst attacks on journalists ever. You know, if you remember Charlie Hebdo in Paris in whenever it was, 2008, or the attacks in Afghanistan when a number of journalists were killed in 2016. This ranks up with those attacks as being one of the worst incidents of attacks on journalists ever. You know, in November, we have the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. And there are currently International Criminal Court indictments against individuals. They need to be seen through and they need to be prosecuted, because killing and targeting journalists is a war crime. And if we just turn a blind eye to that, then what's to stop it happening next year or the year after? And all of my former colleagues in this newsroom will be vulnerable, because people can see that you can attack journalists and get away with it. And that is not a situation that we want anybody to be in.
Well, that was John Williams. Let's speak live to our correspondent Emir Nader, who's in Jerusalem for us. Emir, as I was saying there in the introduction, the UN has condemned this as a grave violation of international humanitarian law. So take us through the latest reaction there's been.
Well, we've seen reaction on the ground in Gaza with the funerals of the journalists, the streets thronged with crowds, the journalist bodies being carried, really testament to how well known these journalists were. Chief amongst them, Anas al-Sharif, who had millions of followers online. He was a household name, not only in Gaza, but also internationally, as perhaps the most prominent correspondent who remained in the Gaza Strip. And some of the reaction that's coming in is also reflecting the fact, with over 180 journalists who've been killed, Palestinian journalists who've been killed in Gaza since the beginning of the war, that the number of people who are there to communicate what's happening is dwindling. And obviously that team were based in Gaza City, which is the location where the Israeli military is now intending to invade in the coming months. So it's seen as one less voice who can communicate what will be happening there. Now, we've had the evidence that's been presented as evidence by the Israeli military, spreadsheets appearing to show a payment of $200 to Anas al-Sharif at some point previous to the war. The Israeli military saying he's the head of a terrorist cell. The spreadsheets show
Hello. Okay. He's the head of a terrorist cell, and he got paid $200 years ago. What?
of unclear context, unclear provenance. We're not really sure the context or the backstory. What they don't seem to show, they don't seem to substantiate that he was
no context
indeed
at all.
an active member of Hamas, an active agent, operative during this current war, or indeed October the 7th. The BBC has been reporting, we do understand that at some point before the previous conflict, before the current conflict, he did do some work with a Hamas media office. But again, we aren't seeing any evidence being presented by the Israeli military since he was first accused by them almost a year ago of being a journalist posing as a terrorist posing as a journalist. There's been the space of almost a year where the Israeli military has been making that accusation against him, but only yesterday did we see him targeted and killed alongside his 5 colleagues, of whom there has also been no explanation by the Israeli military why they were killed as well. Now we're seeing all this outrage internationally as well questions asked, including by the Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer, who says he's gravely concerned by the repeated targeting of journalists by the Israeli military and has called for an investigation into the killings.
And we've had those sorts of calls before, and of course they have not happened with the Israelis themselves investigating incidents of this type in the past. You mentioned some of the graphics and the documentation that the IDF have put out. Is there pressure for all of that information and whatever intelligence to be published so it can be properly scrutinised?
We don't know what might be released
probably
in the
not.
coming days, whether the
Israel never
Israeli
has to
military, as they have said they have more documents that they haven't released, but we're being presented with the same material that was presented around a year ago, which doesn't, as we said, doesn't appear to substantiate that Anas al-Sharif and his team, or indeed just him, he was an active member of Hamas. And
1 second.
member Sharif and his team,
Cool.
or indeed just him,
Michael's acting up.
he was an active member of Hamas, an active terrorist. So there is huge skepticism in Gaza and amongst the journalist community about what's being presented. And
As there should be, because it's basically
nothing.
nothing.
Presented by the Israeli military isn't being seen by press freedom groups as being substantial, sufficient, or indeed convincing, or indeed enough to justify the killing of Anas al-Sharif and his colleagues.
I mean, Eda, live for us there in Jerusalem. Thanks very much. Thank you.
After 21 months.
Okay, this is a bit of an old video, but also is on Gaza, specifically the Democrats. I know recently there was a vote for arms sales again to Israel, and only like 26, I believe, Democrats actually voted against it. So this is going to be covering that. It's a bit of a jump from technically the last topic, but
Of war, the world is finally paying attention to what's happening in Gaza. The photos of starving children have shocked the conscience of people all over the globe, and people who supported the war or those who weren't paying attention are calling for an end to this nightmare. This has also kickstarted an important conversation.
Oh, and I guess also for context, these are the Pod Save America YouTube channels. These guys were speechwriters for the Obama administration or other workers. They're pretty well up to date on, or they're pretty knowledgeable on how the government works, how it runs, more of the intricacies. They are fairly liberal, but I try not to hold that against them.
About how to build a coalition to get Donald Trump to put pressure on Netanyahu to stop the war, how to pressure Netanyahu directly, while also ensuring accountability for political leaders who enabled this war and let it go on so long. Joining me today to discuss all of this is David Cleon.
Is a
He's a
Nuremberg
columnist for The
trial.
Nation, contributing editor at Jewish Currents, and a fellow Twitter addict. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
David, great to see you. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. It's my first time in the crooked media universe.
Well, hopefully not the last. I think it's a really important time to really talk about this issue. But I also
I'm also
hope
going
folks will
to
check out the debate.
step away as I heat up some food for dinner, but I'll be listening.
I did, or hosted, between Mehdi Hassan from Zateo News and Jeremy Ben-Ami, the president of J Street, about how the Democratic Party should change and evolve its position towards Israel going forward. But our conversation, like all the great political debates in history, was preceded by a Twitter argument. I wouldn't even call it a fight. It was more of just a constructive back and forth. So I'll just kind of give listeners the gist of what we were saying over the weekend, and we can go from there. So I tweeted, rather obnoxiously, tweeting, "I told you so at people who change their mind about what's happening in Gaza does nothing to help the kids who are being starved to death. Welcome people into the tent, build a bigger coalition, and use it to force political change." And you responded, the problem is that tweeting "welcome to the tent" does nothing either. It's too late for the kids who are being starved to death. If anyone can help them now, it's not suddenly repentant liberals. On the other hand, accountability for such opportunists is a live possibility. We went on from there. You talked about sort of lessons from the Bush administration. So, as with all things on Twitter, I think kind of the brevity leads to a lack of specificity, and there may be less than meets the eye in terms of where we.
Yeah, my criticism of that take is definitely that it's unfortunate, terrible, and unfortunate that so many people haven't seen this war for the genocide that it is. But if you're gonna give people shit for realizing that at all, like now, it's unproductive, unhelpful, bad take.
Disagree about what to do in the short term, but there's a really important conversation about the long term and what accountability looks like. So let's just start it off there. I mean, last night, 27 Democrats in the Senate voted to block weapons sales to Israel. I would argue that that's like kind of a stunning change from 5 years ago, but also woefully insufficient, right? And shows just how far elected officials are behind where I believe the voters are. But what was your take on that vote?
I mean, I completely agree with you on your basic assessment. This is both a kind of a stunning sea change compared to what I would have expected a week ago or at any point before that. And at the same time, you're right, it's not enough. I mean, first of all, there's a long list of Democratic senators who haven't made that shift. Second of all, obviously, even if they all did, they still don't control the Senate. And I think that gets to part of why I'm so irritable right now about this issue, because you're right that we basically do agree. Of course, I want to build a broader coalition. Of course, I think it's ultimately good, better late than never that people are coming around. And it's vindicating of those of us who've been speaking out against this war from the beginning, which I have very publicly. And I think you and your colleagues at Pod Save the World and Pod Save America have been too, to the best of my understanding. Which good for you for doing that, by the way. Not nearly enough people in the Democratic firmament have. I think that part of why I'm so irritated right now is I know some people are sincerely being moved by. I'm sure many people are sincerely being moved by these images of starving children, and by new analyses that are coming out, calling it a famine, calling it a genocide, putting the blame squarely on the Israeli government where it belongs. I don't doubt that there are people, especially just regular people, who are sincerely moving in that direction. And at the same time, I think there's a lot of, for lack of a better word, ass covering going on. A lot of people who have sort of determined that it's no longer tenable to just unquestioningly support Israel. And now they want to sort of whitewash their reputations. They want to make it seem that there's a title of a book and kind of a polemic that's came out months ago called One Day Everyone Will Have Been Against This, referring specifically to the war in Gaza. And of course, we're starting to see that. We're starting to see a whole lot of people who, in hindsight, were always against it. But if it were just a matter, as you said in your original tweet, of saying, I told you so, then I agree. People like me should probably suck it up and just, take quiet pride in having been right or whatever. I mean, it's not like I've always been right about everything. The reason why I think it matters is because, when there is no accountability, when there is no honesty about who did what, when, the same people stay in power, the same people repeat the same mistakes. And I find it particularly grating in the context of this because, we're 21 months into a war in which well-documented atrocities and crimes against civilians have been present from the very beginning, in which genocidal rhetoric and warnings from credible experts of genocide have been present from the very beginning. And for the first, half of that period, Joe Biden was president. And was not only directly complicit himself, but when it comes to any number of, liberal pundits or Democratic electeds or, just anyone with any kind of platform in the Democratic space, who deferred to Biden and deferred to the sort of, Washington pro-Israel consensus for that entire time. I mean, I think I actually predicted on Twitter at some point, maybe after Trump won during the transition period, I don't remember exactly when, but I think I predicted that some people, liberals, were going to start moving more against the war now that it was Trump's war. And of course, that wasn't a super brilliant prediction of mine. Of course that was going to happen. It seems like this is the week when it's really starting to happen in earnest.
Party politics
I
is
wonder,
a poison.
could actual good have been done and could actual lives have been saved back when we had a Democratic administration with the power to call up Bibi Netanyahu and tell him to, that this was unacceptable, which I fully believe, and I think you believe, Joe Biden and his administration. I'm not saying they could have stopped everything. I understand Israeli society was.
Except he honestly probably could. It has been done by multiple presidents. I think both Bushes, Reagan, etc., that they have made calls, they have made moves and gotten Israel to stop when it has been in the middle of committing atrocities of either pogroms, expelling people from their houses, and now also or other attacks and wars and the like wars.
Was out for blood after October 7th. But I'm sure you agree there was so much more that the United States could have done to rein this in and prevent it from spiraling into the genocidal war it is.
Yeah, look, a few thoughts on what you said. First of all, on the Biden point, I totally agreed with you. I was enormously frustrated with the Biden policy. I remain frustrated with Biden's policy. I would have just what drove me crazy with this. There just was never a shift to putting what I believe was real pressure on him, a real carrot and stick approach, saying, "Look, we are going to cut off these weapon shipments or whatever if you don't."
Cut off the weapon shipments, or at least the ones they're using offensively. Let them keep their missile defense systems, but nothing else. How hard is that to do?
Make changes. Now, I got a call from a former Biden person yesterday who said, "I think you are." I think you are missing something important, which is that Biden was far more effective than Trump has been in terms of just forcing Netanyahu to get aid in, and that the transition to the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid distribution method, happened under Trump, and that has been catastrophic, and that got us to this point, which is fair, but I still think the broader issue was stopping the war and getting a permanent ceasefire, and I wanted Biden to try to do that. What does accountability mean for you in terms of a lawmaker? Because for me, it's like elections, primary campaigns, losing in a general. But how are you thinking about it?
I think that's exactly right, and I think I saw you have an interchange with Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House, where he was asking you about Dan Goldman, who represents a swath of affluent neighborhoods in New York City. I live in New York City. They're not in his district, but I know a lot of people in his district who are very angry to be represented by him. He's very, very pro-Israel. It's definitely a district where you could imagine a more progressive Democrat, especially on this issue. Maybe not perfect, but better than Dan Goldman. And I think, I may be misremembering this, but I think the summary of your point on that was that maybe Dan Goldman should be primaried, but in the meantime, the fact that he's moving in the right direction should be congratulated. And Felix's retort was kind of like, well, how do you do, like, if you're going to primary him, if he's wrong, you don't like back off on that. And I mean, you build the drumbeat for that now. I think I tend to agree, although maybe I'm misrepresenting what you said slightly. But
yeah, I mean, I don't think I said congratulate him. I mean, I guess what I'm just sort of thinking is like there's an urgency of the moment, and like how do we build the biggest coalition? And if that includes Marjorie Taylor Greene, like fuck yeah, let's go, Marge. Like you're in the tent now. Let's all push to end this war.
Yeah, I mean,
I think what I'm sort of getting at is just sort of thinking about incentive structures in politics, because AIPAC has clear incentive structures. If you do what they want, they'll like get you resources and support you, and if you don't, they'll crush you and maybe even try to primary you. And we on the left, sometimes it feels like we don't have those incentive structures. Like if you're with us, good, you should be here, and if you're late to the party, fuck you, where have you been, right? And I think that's kind of the tone and tenor that I worried about.
Yeah, I mean, part of this is, I think we're having and will continue to have a civilized conversation here, but this is an extremely emotional issue,
yes,
for good reason. I mean, children are starving. Children have been, murdered on camera. I mean, I bring this up because, as you know, I mean, we've spent 21 months watching the most, detailed, documented, on the ground atrocities really in history, right? I mean, no one had smartphones at Auschwitz. You couldn't see this stuff in real time in the detail that we're seeing it, and that means, and it's been an additional trauma of the moment. One that constantly reminds me of the very good film Zone of Interest that came out in the last 2 years. That you're basically seeing like part of the additional trauma is seeing an entire society, including people you think of as liberals, including I mean, you have in-laws, I have in-laws. I'm Jewish. I know many Jews, and with a wide range of views on Israel, but certainly a lot of them have been to varying degrees supportive of Israel or are coming around more recently. And privately, I feel like that's kind of every Jewish or mixed family's internal struggle to sort of talk these things through the people they love and meet them where they are. And I think most of us, every Jew I know, has had some version of that experience in the last 2 years and often longer. When it comes to electeds, to a certain extent, I mean, what they do does matter more than what they say. And of course, if, half the Democrats in the Senate are suddenly voting to block military aid to Israel, of course, we can welcome that as a sea change. I mean, that's huge progress, and it is a vindication of our position. It isn't doing anything yet, but it's a clear sign that things are moving a certain way, and a clear reflection, as I think you suggested, of shifts in public opinion, and especially among Democratic voters, which tells us a lot about what, I think everyone in New York must have just watched Mamdani win on one of the most pro-Palestinian platforms anyone's ever run on, against people who were calling him an anti-Semite.
It's just a shame it took this long for public perception to shift enough that our politicians are paying attention.
Huge amount of money behind that, and he won Jews incredibly, according to the exit polls, I think. So I think everyone in New York is kind of on notice now that maybe the politics of this aren't what they thought they were, and that's obviously good. Of course, I think the left can claim some credit in spite of people warning about our abrasive or off-putting manner that things have in fact moved in that direction, because ultimately I mean, there are tactics that I think are questionable that some people in the left engage in. I'm not going to name any names or specifics, but any large broad-based movement is going to have some voices you think are more or less constructive, but the bottom line is I think that we've been righteous. I think a lot of people who actually I think were quite divided over the Ukraine war. I was broadly supportive of Biden's support for Ukraine, and that was a really divisive issue for a lot of the anti-war left, for I think understandable reasons on both sides. Palestine, I've seen people who were really at loggerheads over Ukraine come together on this. I mean, there was a real fundamental moral righteousness. There were disagreements about how you should talk about Hamas or whether there was anything to celebrate. I mean, I was not in the camp that got overjoyed to see. Well, by the time I woke up, things already were very bad on October 7th. But I also was not of the camp that thought if you don't foreground the suffering of Israelis on October 7th, then you're a monster too. I mean, the very first reaction I had, and there's a public record of this, the morning Eastern time of October 7th, was to say that Israel was likely to launch a genocidal war because the people running Israel, the Netanyahu coalition, were genocidal. So the part of the trauma that comes from all this is knowing just how many liberals, including very smart, well-informed liberals with good records on other things, including people like Bernie Sanders, frankly, watched all these images and did not have the reactions we had, and knowing that they could live with a certain amount of this until they couldn't.
Let's talk about Bernie. I want to play you.
And except most of them still are at the point
from
where, I can live with
CNN,
this.
I believe yesterday or the day before.
Are you at the point yet where you would call what's happening in Gaza a genocide?
You can use whatever word you want.
But Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that she's the first.
Yeah, I do love Bernie, or I have loved Bernie for a while. This is ridiculous. What is wrong with him?
For Marjorie
to go there.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Look, genocide is a legal term. What is going on now clearly is absolutely horrific. 60,000 people dead and 140,000 who have been wounded. But the important point is not what you call it. It is.
There shouldn't be a but after the tens of thousands dead, more wounded, Bernie.
horror. And I think the whole world knows that. The answer is, what the hell do we do about it? Should the United States taxpayer, should your taxpayer dollars go to support a government that is doing it? That is the most important issue.
So, I talked about this with Mehdi and Jeremy Ben-Ami yesterday. I mean, I think part of where we're kind of viewing this differently is like I'm thinking about this in terms of like a political strategist and coalition building and persuading people. And I think you are understandably and rightly reacting on not just a factual level and saying like what is true, but also just sort of the emotion of what we're seeing as well. I guess I'm wondering how you think about this. I mean, again, I'm sure you know a million people in your life who you love or who you just know well, who think the word genocide means the Holocaust, and it's this horrifying foundational trauma in their lives, in their communities' lives, and they feel like using the term genocide is comparing or equating the two. And I think you and I both know that's not the case here, but that it might make.
Yeah, I find that view a little narcissistic. Like, there have been many genocides throughout history, many mass slaughters of people. Like, it's not just the Holocaust, people. Get over yourself.
Them feel like, okay, I don't want to be a part of this movement to stop this war because these people are more extreme than me. I just wonder how you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I have limited sympathy for it. I've certainly gotten into those kinds of arguments. I do think there's an opportunity to patiently, with people who are sincerely interested, to patiently discuss what genocide is, because it's become increasingly obvious to me that a lot of people have no idea what genocide is.
I think that's right, yeah.
And seem to think that unless it is literally the Holocaust down to every last detail, then, I mean, I think people have some like theoretical knowledge that, one or two other genocides have existed, but they often don't know them with any degree of specificity. And so you see ridiculous arguments from people like Bret Stephens, who I don't really think is arguing in good faith, but saying things like, well, why aren't all the Palestinians dead then, right? Which you could say about literally any genocide in history, including the Holocaust.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they're still Jews, right? Not every Jew in Europe was killed, so maybe it wasn't. No, I mean, it's such a silly, like, it's worse than silly. It's such an offensive and small-minded way to think about genocide.
Agreed.
Or similarly, like, Hitler wasn't trying to kill all the Jews in the United States. I mean,
Just for everyone to know, there is a formal legal definition for genocide here. Any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy, or in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, or racial or religious group, such as killing members of the group, causing severe bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Israel has done basically all of these, and quite frankly, I personally don't give a shit about the intent to destroy. If you do it, you should be punished for it. I don't care if you wanted to do it beforehand.
that was kind of off. He might have some rhetoric about them, but he was never in a position to do that. He was trying to kill the Jews where there were Jews under his control. But forget the Holocaust. I mean, don't forget the Holocaust, but there's...
Setting aside
the Holocaust, I mean, the Armenian genocide was, which I'm by no means an expert on, but as I understand it, was basically forced marches of ethnic Armenians out of Turkish territory, during which enormous numbers of them died. Sometimes because they were killed, other times because they were in the desert and, not being fed or didn't have water or whatever. And they died in enormous numbers. There were still Armenians after that, but the Turkish goal of depopulating Armenian areas of Turkey to consolidate the modern Turkish nation state, which to this day the Turkish government does not acknowledge was a genocide, that's a genocide. That's frankly a more typical genocide in a lot of ways than the Holocaust. And of course, American history, as many Americans have trouble coming to terms with, I think it gets talked about less than slavery does these days. But American history is a series of settler colonial genocides, among other things, that are, the Trail of Tears, that are basically indigenous populations being marched out of their land so it could be seized and settled by white Europeans, and that is the history of America. It's the history of Canada. It's the history of Australia, and I think it is a pretty good guide, not just to what's been happening in Gaza lately, but, and I know this is a hard pill for many, many Jews and others to swallow, but really for the entire modern history of the State of Israel. I think, if you're familiar with the history of the Nakba, you understand that Israel began with displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from their homes. This is still, I think, unspeakable in a lot of contexts, even though Israeli historians who defend it, acknowledge that is what happened. So I think with the specific Bernie clip you just played, I can certainly imagine worse answers to that question, especially from a sitting U.S. senator. I appreciate that he didn't deny that it's a genocide or say it's inappropriate to call it that. That is in fact a big tent approach, right? He's saying, we can table this semantic issue. And from a politician's perspective, I can understand why he would be saying that and focusing on what can we do right now. You're right that you are approaching this more from, the perspective of a former political staffer, and in your current,
we're kind of
media occupation. Yeah. In your current media occupation, you still, are kind of a para-democratic political professional. Is that kind of fair to say?
I think we are very open about our biases, what we believe, but also kind of where we'd like the Democratic Party to go, and are overtly trying to influence the opinion of the party about this issue and countless others.
Right. I don't mean to imply that you guys take your orders from the DNC or something.
Jamie Harrison calls. He packs in Hunter Biden. They tell us what the marching orders are.
No, I know you guys are have your own positions, but my point was basically that you try to influence intra-democratic thinking, and that means you probably pitch your arguments a certain way. And you're right that I basically, I guess I style myself as some kind of a public intellectual. I basically just try to write what I think is true, and I understand. I think I said online that we operate in slightly different lanes because of that. Where during the Biden presidency, I had friends who, regardless of their exact views on Israel, were sometimes mad at me that I was saying things that made Biden look bad during, an incredibly important election year. And my goal was certainly not to elect Donald Trump. And in fact, I did, however grudgingly, endorse Harris, or tell people that, especially.
Yeah, anyone who thinks it's bad to criticize your own politicians needs to grow up.
If they were in swing states, that they should vote for Harris. But I also found myself saying, look, it's pretty hard to ask people who genuinely believe, and we were right, that this is a genocide, and genuinely believe that the Biden administration is facilitating a genocide. And that Kamala Harris has certainly gone along with that. It's pretty hard to tell them, but you should vote for this anyway because Trump genocide will be worse, which is something I literally saw people argue, or because AOC, who I normally have a lot of respect for, but at the DNC, when she said they were working tirelessly, I feel like it kind of insults our intelligence, and especially at a DNC where they would not let the most anodyne Palestinian speakers appear on stage, which was a point at which I found it really, really hard. I was willing to sort of make the case to people on the left who were furious about Palestine that Harris should win anyway, but they made it really, really hard to make that case.
Look, I agree. Biden's policy was a disaster in my view. I said as much at the time. I was hopeful that Kamala Harris would be different because I just think that Joe Biden had this vision of Israel. He literally would talk about Golda Meir all the time, and I think that was the Israel that he believed still existed. And I just think the Netanyahu world is just fundamentally different, and they just never adjusted to that. I agreed with you. Not letting a Palestinian speaker speak at the DNC was such a silly, just a bizarre, unforced error, and I don't know why they didn't do that. I think I tried not to engage on this question, to be honest with you, much, because if you are a Muslim American or Arab American in Michigan and you lost like 10 cousins in Gaza, telling you that that Donald Trump will be worse is like insulting. You know what I mean? Or like, I'm sorry, how is that even possible? I do think I did say I thought that Trump would be worse. I would argue that he is clearly worse. I mean, putting forward a policy of fully ethnic cleansing the Gaza Strip has been catastrophic. Not because Trump will necessarily follow through on it, but because it has allowed the far right in Israel to adopt that position without any political, you know.
Tommy, they've had that position in Israel the whole time. Like, and it's not been like political poison to do. People in the Knesset have been calling for the slaughter of human animals since the beginning. The conservative, the far right, or whatever in Israel have also been are frequently the settlers, the ones actively going into Palestinian land and forcing them from their homes. Come on, Tommy.
Friction or hurdles. I also think the humanitarian situation has gotten worse. Again, like we're talking about like shades of the worst gray, right?
The situation has obviously gotten worse because it's continued unchecked. I don't want to frame that in any way that suggests anything exculpatory, like that that the Biden administration was, trying to rein in the worst of it, because I basically don't buy that. And I think as more information comes out, I mean, one thing I know you guys did honorably, not about Israel per se, but at Pod Save America, was you were all out front calling for Biden to step down after the disastrous debate, and we're fully agreed on that. And I was very vocal about that too. And I actually believe that along with Biden's, history with Golda Meir and Scoop Jackson and his hawkish instincts, like I kind of wonder how rudderless things were. If his instinct, opinions differ on just how not there he was, and I want to, belabor that here, but I just sort of wonder, like, I mean, I have to believe Barack Obama, not only was somewhat to Biden's left on this, or more understanding to an extent of the Palestinian perspective, but also that he wouldn't have just like let this keep happening like as passively as Biden did.
This guy is in love with Obama or something. I mean, Obama committed war crimes as well. He very clearly followed the U.S. Foreign policy line for the most part. He would say he wanted to end wars, but he didn't actually. He is not whatever imagined figure this guy has in his head.
I have to believe he would have felt energized to do something to rein it in earlier. And anyway, this is just to say I blame Biden and Jake Sullivan and Tony Blinken and all of them as much as anybody for what has happened. And as for Trump, I mean, yeah, I mean he has endorsed ethnic cleansing. He has continued to support them. Trump is such an infuriating figure because, on any given day, he or Witkoff might say something surprisingly encouraging about this, and then the next day he says something outrageous, and it's maddening. And even if you could convince me Trump was marginally better on this, I certainly wouldn't want to defend any other part of his record. But no, I mean, I think that there is continuity. I think, though, what is maddening and frankly unforgivable, and why there does need to be some degree of accountability, is that more liberals and Democrats and liberal pundits and so on did not speak out forcefully about what this was, and often lied about it or lied to themselves about it or misconstrued or downplayed it when we had a Democratic administration who, I have to believe, if there had been the kind of outcry we're seeing now, would have taken a different course.
I agree with
that. If that had happened at any point when he was still president.
I agree with that. I think that people pulled too many punches. They should have been more honest about the horrors of this war. And yeah, I agree with you. I don't think Biden really meaningfully reined in Netanyahu at all. The only times like that there was that first ceasefire. I do think, when you compare the amount of aid that got in under Biden with what happened after the GHF, just sort of like the facts show that this, as you said, the situation's gotten worse and the starvation has gotten exponentially worse. But I'm not defending the policy at all. And I also give Trump credit for getting that ceasefire over the finish line in January or whenever it was.
Yeah, I think I actually wrote a piece at the time. It was probably kinder to Trump than it should have been, but the gist of it was less brilliant deal, Steve Witkoff, and more, this proves that Biden could have done things all along that he did not do. It's like a final brutal verdict on Biden's whole legacy, I think.
That's how I felt it.
Yeah.
Well, so final question for you. Like when I hear some folks on the left, like the Chapo guys, for example, I feel like they've talked about how they're very disappointed in AOC, and in Bernie Sanders on Gaza, and I truly believe that is coming from like a sincere place where they want them on a different policy. But sometimes I'm also like, fuck, these are the best lawmakers we've got. You know what I mean? Like, does that just mean people feel like completely politically homeless, in your view?
Well, I don't think people feel homeless because, for one thing, I think that Zoran has captured a lot of the energy that used to be with Bernie and AOC. Now, of course, if we're talking in the extremely narrow terms of like who's the next Democratic president, I mean, Zoran is not constitutionally eligible, and it seems plausible, and Bernie's clearly not going to do it again. It seems plausible that AOC could run, and it seems not inconceivable that she could win both the nomination and the presidency. I would personally, I can only speak for myself here, I would be very excited to support her, even though I have some real misgivings about, I think her Iron Dome vote was wrong, and I think that the tweet she did kind of getting defensive about it was worse in a lot of ways. I mean, it really just did, if you're going to take a vote like that to sort of insulate yourself so you can run for statewide office in New York or for the presidency, I get it. Like, I get that's how politicians think, but you don't talk about it afterwards. You're doing it for a pretty straightforwardly cynical political reason. You don't like get snippy and imply that your critics are actually incorrect on the merits. So I have my criticisms of AOC, but all to say, if she runs, it is extremely likely I will support her in the Democratic primary. I think it is unlikely someone to her left will run, especially someone with any kind of credible shot. Where I do think Zoran matters, I already said he's revealing things about the New York electorate and Jews in New York that are surprising people. And I think Brad Lander, who I know a bit and have a ton of admiration for, has also shown that not every Jew follows the AIPAC line, or even the J Street line necessarily. And I think Zoran is probably creating space for politicians in other contexts, including people running for Congress, maybe at some point running for president, to go further than I think AOC and Bernie have been willing to do. Yeah. I certainly hope that's true. And at the same time,
I would say that's probably true, that he does allow for an actually more progressive or left-wing position on Israel for the next Democratic presidential nominee, or any of the candidates. Hopefully we'll at least get to do primaries for them this time. I can still see the Dem establishment and stuff trying to put pressure to get a candidate that is pro-Israel in, though. That's 100% for sure.
I don't disagree with you that, in the overall spectrum of Americans with elected office and that level of influence, of course, Bernie and AOC are pretty close to the best we've got so far.
Yeah. Well, just on this Iron Dome vote, just last question for you. So AOC voted against an amendment that would have cut, I think, $500 million from funding for the Iron Dome missile defense system. I think 6 people ultimately voted for this provision that was put forward by Marjorie Taylor Greene. Some people vandalized her office, which is obviously stupid. But I do think this fight over whether there's really a distinction between offensive and defensive weapons is kind of a coming attraction for where the policy debate is going to go, at least on the left, or at least in the Democratic Party. I genuinely believe that the distinction is kind of made up. Like, first of all, money is fungible, and so if we're giving the Israelis $500 million for Iron Dome, they can spend it on bombs. Like, it's just obvious. And also, I definitely think that defensive systems like Iron Dome enable more reckless behavior or more militant behavior. But at the same time, putting myself in AOC's shoes, I'm sure she's got donors, supporters, volunteers, friends in the community that she has talked to about this, and she's committed to supporting Iron Dome because it is quite literally used to prevent, Katyusha rockets from raining down on civilian heads in Israel. And
That is, I mean, so the IDF has their military headquarters in the middle of downtown, around a bunch of civilians and stuff. So yeah, anyone who attacked Israel would end up having to attack civilians. It's a messed up defensive strategy. But yeah, I was gonna say that's assuming the targets or the people attacking Israel are willing to attack civilian targets to send a message. But yeah, they have to if they want to hit any critical infrastructure in Israel.
I can see why that was a really hard vote for her. I don't remember the tweet she said.
Critical military infrastructure.
I'm not defending that. I don't know what it said, but I can see it from her shoes.
Yeah, I completely understand the political logic. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I completely understand why she would do that. I mean, she's trying to avoid a situation where the next time she runs for office in New York or for a national Democratic primary, she gets accused of not wanting to defend Jews against Katyusha rockets, and then she, I mean, I wish that she would refute that and stand up for principle here. But I understand that. But then she did do, I think, a series of tweets and blue sky posts that were basically just getting very defensive about her many left critics, which made the situation much worse. I mean, there was a real Streisand effect here, where people got much angry at her after they saw those tweets. I think it's the kind of thing. I mean, you're a political comms professional. You know this well. Where if you just kind of take the questionable vote, keep your head down. A week goes by, almost everyone has forgotten that it happened. They can't trap you on that when you run for office in a few years. And I mean, that's if I were her communications director, that's what I would have advised her to do. But she decided. I mean, I think what that incident actually revealed is that AOC can be a little thin-skinned, and that I think is an actual substantive weakness as a politician. As far as the offensive defensive distinction, I mean, I think we agree. I forget who I'm stealing this from on social media, but someone made what I thought was a good point, which is, if it's just about defending civilians, why don't we give them to Russia? Why don't we give them to Hamas? Why don't we give them to everyone? I mean, no, we don't want civilians to die, right? We give them to Israel because we support Israel militarily, because they're our ally, and we support the genocide they're committing. And I think, as you said, it enables them, it emboldens them to hit harder, knowing that they won't take commensurate civilian casualties.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the right analysis. We gave them Iron Dome because we support them, full stop. On the whether AOC is thin-skinned or not, I don't know. I think we all can be on Twitter. I certainly can be.
Sure.
I'm sure also, look, I remember there were videos during the pandemic of anti-Gaza war supporters chasing her into a movie theater. And there is a part of this in politics where it's you can choose to spend your time lobbying, 535 members of Congress to pick her, I'm sure she's what the fuck? I'm the best. I am one of the best you got. Why don't you move your two senators, all the other Congress people who, you mentioned Dan Goldman, other people you could be lobbying and probably moving them more easily, just politically speaking, but whatever.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with AOC's vote either. But yeah, people who make that completely change their opinion on her, or who then start focusing all their energies on her instead, are foolish. I mean, it's just there's so many other politicians in Congress, or even state locally and whatnot, that you could actually try and put that energy towards changing the stance on, and it would do a lot more, because AOC is already almost is one of the best.
I mean, I personally have not expended a lot of energy punishing AOC, and even with Bernie specifically, I've actually written a few times about, including once after October 7th, about basically trying to explain, not trying to justify, but trying to explain, where a Jewish man of Bernie's generation with, family he lost in the Holocaust, like how he thinks about Israel and this sort of, I think of it as a kind of a left-wing kibbutznik fantasy of Israel that has been, that was never really true and has been totally outpaced by reality at this point. But it, it means that he can be relatively progressive and want a ceasefire and call, as he has many times, to stop selling arms to them. And at the same time, he is not going to talk about it the way someone of my generation who's on the left might. And I just, that's me kind of approaching it as almost like a historian and just trying to talk about, I don't give Bernie a pass, but I think there's a certain degree of just generational shift happening there that's just kind of baked in.
Yeah, you can see it in the polling. Well, listen, David, thank you so much for doing this and for the conversation. I really appreciate it.
I really appreciate you having me on.
Alrighty. So I do think I have one more video in the playlist. It's a last week segment on the immigration stuff. Isn't like a super, obviously it's important and it's still ongoing, but it wasn't one of the topics specifically for today that I wanted to cover. It was just something at the end. I did see, or there was some other things I wanted to call out. The Supreme Court is now formally been asked to see the case of the clerk lady from, was it Kentucky, who refused? Yeah, wait, no, that's Kennedy. I forget where she's from. Anyway, oh yeah, Kentucky. She who refused to issue marriage licenses to gay people. And has been doing, legal battles basically since. It's going to be going to the Supreme Court again, so that's great. Yay, marriage equality being potentially struck down again. Some people have the opinion that the court might not even hear it, which would be nice. I don't have that sort of faith, especially after Roe v. Wade being overturned. So we'll see, but public service announcement, everyone. This is also happening. And then there was one more video I saw that I think I want to get to today, just kind of out of curiosity, but maybe we'll dive more into it tomorrow. And then after this video, we'll do some games. If anyone has opinions, some games I've been wanting to potentially play on stream. Pharaoh Total War, historical. I love covering history on here. So that could be fun. I haven't played it in a while. I've been playing a lot of Crusader Kings recently and would be down to do some of that. But again, I've been playing it recently on my own time, so if we want to play something else, I'm down. And then there's also a Pokemon roguelike like browser game that I've been enjoying a lot, and I'd be down to stream that as well. So if anyone has any opinions, let me know.
New heat on Donald Trump amid the Epstein uproar, as his latest attempt to slippily slide away from any accountability blows up in federal court. Today, in a scathing ruling, a judge essentially accusing Trump's DOJ of trying to fool the public with, quote, the illusion of transparency. Hours later, in a sign of how this is absolutely dogging Donald Trump, reporters are pressing him about that ruling. It happened during his press conference at the White House.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Madam Attorney General, the Justice Department appeal the Epstein decision today, Mr. President?
Did you hear that? Yeah, I didn't hear an answer either. Today's ruling concerned the DOJ's request to unseal grand jury material from probes into Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. For weeks, legal experts have said this is a red herring, arguing most of the information is already known and likely to shed very little light on the situation. Today, the federal judge, who has seen the material, echoing those criticisms and going even further, calling out and rebuking the Trump DOJ. Quote, the DOJ's entire premise that the Maxwell grand jury materials would bring to light meaningful new information about Epstein and Maxwell's crimes or the government's investigation into them is demonstrably false. Adding, quote, a member of the public appreciating that the Maxwell grand jury materials do not contribute anything to public knowledge, might conclude that the government's motion for their unsealing was aimed not at transparency, but at diversion, and not at the full disclosure, but the illusion of such.
Yeah, shocking.
It's unclear whether the DOJ will appeal as time goes by. This is certainly getting weirder. Trump veered from calling it a, quote, hoax to saying now the Democrats are hiding something. This weekend, J.D. Vance saying Trump wants to be, quote, fully transparent while admitting in the very next breath that the administration is still working on that whole transparency thing.
The president has said very clearly, because we've had other meetings about that, is that he wants us to be fully transparent and he wants the credible information out there. So we're working to compile the thousands and thousands of documents that are out there for full transparency.
Yeah, I'm so sure that they're doing that, and definitely not redacting anyone that is on Team Trump from those files.
Joining me now is Asha Rangappa, former FBI special agent and senior lecturer with Yale University, and Molly Jong-Fast, special correspondent with Vanity Fair and an MSNBC political analyst. Thank you so much. Her latest book is How to Lose Your Mother. Asha, we'll start with you. I just want to make this clear because I think that sometimes people get caught up in the sort of nuances and details of how these judges are ruling one way or another. The judge basically said, look, there's no reason to go through this fight to unseal this information because it's not going to add anything new. Is that common, right? Is it common for a judge to say that, look, unsealing this isn't going to add anything to the case. You're not going to use me as a distraction. Is that something that we see often in these kinds of investigations, or is it just another sign of how desperate Trump is to find some sort of distraction?
I don't hear.
Asha, we're having a little bit of trouble.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. The Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure actually list out the exceptions for being able to release grand jury information, that it is secret unless it meets one of these exceptions. And the reasoning provided by the government here didn't meet any of those exceptions. So to answer your question, yes, it's common. The rules state that these are not released unless they meet certain criteria, which they don't in this case. So I think this was expected from the get-go. And it does seem like this was sort of a fait accompli and maybe a way to just blame the judges, like, oh, well, we can't do anything. They didn't release it. And you see the judge sort of taking pains to, you know, make clear that this was a pointless request to be made in the first place.
A ploy.
Right. And
a distraction.
This is the thing about this. After a judge says, hey, there's nothing in here, there's nothing here, there's nothing in the magic hat, right? From a legal standpoint, what else does Trump have available to him? I mean, I know that they're probably scrambling around trying to find some other distraction, but what's the next thing that they might think of doing? Because if they can't stand on these sort of, you know, unreleased pieces of testimony and, you know, they've already moved Ghislaine Maxwell to a safer prison, what's their next legal strategy? Or are they just going to try and throw as many other things at the wall in hopes that the American people and their own base stop paying attention?
Yeah, look, I think that this is a case where they have all this information. They can just release it, right? I mean, that's it. So, this is not some tricky, you know, new math. Like, you have thousands of pages of paper, you have videos, you have some of the stuff can't be released because obviously it's pornography, but like there's certainly quite a lot that you have. Pam Bondi was bragging about having it on her desk, so maybe there wasn't a client list, but there was certainly something on her desk. The whole plan about putting, you know, this grand jury testimony was going to be much less than what they have. And there's a much higher standard for releasing grand jury testimony. So they knew, I mean, I feel like there was this was a way to try to buy time to keep it going, right? And then, but the answer is these people still haven't forgotten. They have all these documents. They can just release them. It's just a question of whether or not they want to release them, which of course they clearly do not want to release them.
Asha, I want to play this sound from Michael Cohen about what kinds of activities and behaviors Trump might have engaged in with Epstein, and get your thoughts on the other side.
As you know, I've made plenty of predictions, and I'm going to make another one here. Number one, I don't believe that Donald Trump was on Epstein's island. Now, is he in the file? Absolutely. Why? He's in the Black Book. He took free flights with Epstein down to Palm Beach. If he turns around and says that he was never on the island, rest assured, he's going to use that as the basis for why this whole thing, again, is a witch hunt against him.
So, Asha, here's the thing, and help me out here, because Michael Cohen certainly has a lot of amazing insight. Let's say Donald Trump comes out and says, yeah, I was never on the island. That's sort of the equivalent of saying, well, I wasn't in the bank when it was robbed, but I help everybody count the money and sell all the
Or
things
we're
to
a
the
getaway
deposit box
driver.
with a fence, right? Like, what would be the value of this administration at this point trying to nitpick and geo-track where Trump is when it's still clear that he had a relationship with Epstein?
Yeah, this is what has puzzled me from the beginning, that he has had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. We knew that. It's pretty obvious that he's going to surface in these files in some way, right? I mean, because this is about activity that's going back into the late 90s. We know, for example, that Ghislaine Maxwell was actually recruiting girls from Mar-a-Lago. So, I mean, there's, you know, he's going to be in this mix. And so this idea that he was, you know, pushing this theory, this conspiracy theory that and kind of getting people riled up, to me never made any sense, because if you know that you're in it and that's not going to be something you want out there, then why would you have done this? You know, I want to.
Because he thinks his base is full of morons who would just accept whatever he wants them to believe and move on. That's true for some of them, but hopefully not all of them.
Just to emphasize to Molly's point that the volume of information here is, you know, dealing with evidence and witness interviews, victim interviews that go back to the investigation that happened in Southern District of Florida, the investigation that happened into Jeffrey Epstein that resulted in his charges, the investigation that resulted in Ghislaine Maxwell's indictment and charges, and an internal OPR investigation within the Department of Justice. You know, so they are just sitting on a huge amount of information that this grand jury testimony is just pales in comparison in terms of what they have in their possession.
All I want to ask is, I want to play this out a couple weeks, maybe even a couple of months, to the potential end game here. Let's say, fine, the administration finally says we're going to release some of these files. And we see them, and they're so redacted, they look like piano keys on paper, right? Like we can't see anything. It's just black lines, white lines, white lines. Obviously, that brings no justice to the women who were victims, but just politically or legally, does that end it? I mean, does that end anything if they release a large number of highly redacted documents? Because it seems to me that at some point they're going to release something. I just doubt it's going to be anything that the public or any of the victims can actually use.
Well, this is the problem that I think Trump has gotten himself into, is it's very hard to get out of this. Like, any way you do it, it just makes more questions and more controversy and more content, and it reminds people that it's going on. The other thing I would add is, you know, they're talking about having a bunch of people like the Clintons interviewed. Fine. Do it. That's fine. I mean, I don't think anyone, you know, we want the people who were in this file to be, you know, everybody, you know, the polling on the Epstein is like 80% of all Americans want the files released. It's like, you can't get 80% of Americans to agree on anything. Okay. And, but, you know, the thing is, if you're going to have the Clintons talk, then you should have Alex Acosta, the guy from Trump's, you know, cabinet who did the sweetheart deal that was this like ridiculous deal where he was basically on work release.
Yeah, 100% on that. Like, Trump has the lawyer of the person who helped out Epstein on him. That's insane. Okay, we're moving to games. Since I don't think I have gotten input, we are going to do Pharaoh Total War. That's one. There we go. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. I am going to run to the restroom, though. Well, that's on the wrong screen. Hang on 1 second. Let's fix this. One second. Why is this not on the correct screen? Okay. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna play Crusader Kings because I don't know why Pharaoh's not doesn't have the option to change the monitor it's on. Oh, also let me update the stream. Alrighty. All right, we got any live ones in the chat? Any live ones? Somewhat alive. All right. Someone who is somewhat alive should give me a starting location or help me pick one. I'm going to start a new game. We'll see how it goes. I will do anything. Alrighty. This is my current family. I am currently, I think, a couple liters into a game in the Byzantine Empire. I started as a duke of the territory that is the Albanian culture, and then founded the Catapanate of Epirus as a kingdom within the Byzantines, and I have started the restoration of the Roman Empire. But for a new game, I always like starting in the earliest era. Let's see, we could pick one of the preset leaders or pick our own. Also, actually, real quick, I think, because sometimes I'll listen to music. Yeah. There we go. Could be the Duke of Novgorod, be Russian, with the new Cons of the Steppe DLC. We do have some scary neighbors. We could do some nomad con stuff. Make our own ruler. I'm gonna go actually grab a drink while we make this decision. Okay, random duchy on the island to the left of Italy. Okay, so Sardinia or Corsica, or a nomadic clan con. I haven't really done anything with the con, so yeah, we can do that. Let's do pick our own ruler because I think I only saw one of the preset rulers that started as a con. Hell yeah. Okay. So government type, tribal, nomadic, either of those up in here. So we could start as part of the Khazar, or we could start outside of them and see how we do. Nomadic realm is, I think, specifically actually the government type we want. Yeah. Kyrgyz Khanate. Also out there. Do we want to... If we want to start smaller... The Ural Mountains? They're tribal. They're also tribal. Denis. Let's see what kingdoms are actually out this direction. Ulidaya. Syriaca. This is a duchy realm, but it's real close to the Khanate. This is a kingdom realm. This could be interesting, starting as a little nomad kingdom out here. I have to remember how they work. I like read some of the dev diaries and stuff. Gotcha. Let's create our own ruler. Do we just hit random? We are Turkic, which means... Oop, come on. Motherfucker. There we go. Horse breeders, better stables, and cavalry maintenance. That's probably good. Sacred Mountain. Building on mountain terrain gets us piety. Yurt of the Righteous. That's a fun name. Dryland Dwellers. Mountain homes. Development in mountains. Okay, so we got mountain stuff going on. Tengriism. Wise men virtue. Cool. Level of splendor. Okay, so if you have a long line, that's going to be better for you. That's not going to work for us because this is going to be our first guy. And warmonger. Oh, okay, so for offensive wars, it's if we're at peace, we can declare a war, which is handy, I guess. All right, so we're going to want, obviously, someone who's good militarily. So let's start with just this. So actually, real quick, I'm going to give myself... Love athletic, especially if you're doing military. The prowess and the health boost is nice for just not dying, but it also helps a lot with stress. Brave is a virtue, so might as well take that one for military stuff. Oh, I got hiccups. Wrathful gives us good martial. Might be the way from here. We'll be wrathful. Do we? I mean, if we wanted a congenital trait, we would want something from this line. How many points we got? If we do this and then make me younger, which I might as well bring myself as young as possible. My God, that haircut is so beautiful. Let's see, what do we got? 22 points? I don't... Oh, we can do a 20. Actually, this is as young as possible. We got 24 points, but I think we're still looking at a 20. Could be zealous, gives martial as well. Makes it harder to convert other people, or for me to be converted. Never actually looked into that. Fuck it. Oh, no, wait, that's not 20, is it? That's 30. I can read. Let's see. Don't want to be chased. Being chased is horrible. Be sluts, everybody. Could be humble. It's just piety. Really, I mean, the opinion is, I guess, nice. Sure. Why not? You got some points to throw in. I would actually, maybe actually we don't do humble and we just give me actually better. Oh, wait. So if I will, what is there, 20 that gives me better stewardship? No, content doesn't. Just is so good, but yeah, no 20. All right, so we're just pumping stewardship. Oh, damn. What else? Can we get some prowess? We could get some prowess. What about learning? Do prowess. 1 point off max technically, but that's fine. Wrathful and brave, robust and athletic, skilled tactician. Sounds good. We need a name. Sotan. Sirkan. Bachman. Copy. Mahmud. Alrighty. I like this emblem for dynasty, so I'm not going to change that. Oh, wait, no, that's that. Still want to miss with my appearance, maybe. Such interesting hairstyles. Oh, baby tuft. I'll go with this. Finalize. Oh, upside down goatee. Alrighty. So we're starting over here. It looks like we might have some tributaries or something. I think we're ready to go. Just for context, I mean, we're going to be way over here, way out of the way of anything happening in Europe, but fall of the Roman Empire has happened. Charlemagne has happened. This is still the early years of the Reconquest in Spain. The Carli family is still powerful here. Vikings are starting to attack in England and along the coasts. Byzantine Empire is still struggling. Muslim caliphates have rose to extreme significance, across over here. I don't really know exactly what's going on in India right now. I know there's like no cohesive religion down there. They're all most of them are Hindu, but a lot of varying sects. Oh fuck, did I lose my character? I did. Okay, I can remake it real quick. That's a fine appearance, I guess. I'm not wrathful and brave and athletic and robust. And then a bunch of stewardship. And then I think I did what, like 1 learning? Cool. Done. Name. Mahmud. Right. Did I pick a different place? I might have. I think I picked the neighbor place, which might have been what I was trying to go for. Oh well. This will do just fine. Let's go. The Great Steppe. An endless sea of grass and rock. The steppe is not a merciful home. Tents get assembled and disassembled with a change of seasons. Whole villages moved over a harsh blizzard or a more powerful enemy. Man is at the mercy of the beasts. What the herd needs to survive is what the herd will get. Who will conquer the elements and rise as the Khan of Khans. So we have county fertility. So each part of the land has a different fertility stat, which helps with the herds of nomad rulers. There's an equilibrium. Effective. I think that's another like government type. Seasons. Great Steppe, a bunch of different migration. Migration is essential to nomads. When the fertility is low, they move in search of greener pastures. When you migrate, you have to target de jure titles in the accessible tiers. Okay, so you have to like take over new lands essentially. Okay, neat. All right, we are going to be martial focused. I do want some extra martial, but I also want the prowess because I'm assuming I'm going to be leading my own armies. So we're going to take this, but we're probably going down the strategist tree first. Let's find someone who will marry me. Ideally, they have some sort of congenital trait. Do I have legitimacy? I do. Boo. They're gonna get angry if I marry a lowborn, and she's 36 and she's the only non-lowborn. Oh well, I might just have to put down some rebellions. Ideally, it's also someone with high stewardship because I am lacking or diplomacy. So just so I don't get people in their 30s, I'm just gonna say as long as you're, well, not too much in their 30s. She's a giant. I could start putting giants into my family line. So I think I'm a different culture than the one I read earlier, so I'll have to reread what I got. I'm assuming it's similar, but we'll see. Yeah, screw it. Let's do this. I lose 500 legitimacy. That's like all my legitimacy. Oh well. Rebellions, schmebellions. Oopsie. I should have read that one. Decision available. We can try and become tribal. Nah. I have a court to hold already. No player heir. Yeah, that makes sense. Oops. Council. Oh, I just have a cruel die. Manage fertility. Okay. Now they just are going to want positions, so might as well. These support herders. All of them are supporting herders. I mean, yeah, so the diplomacy focused. That's also diplomacy. They're just, you have terrible stats, my guy. Wow. Aid Stargazer. Sure. Oh, I didn't realize I had pulled them from being my spy master, actually, so whoops. Okay, then that's fine. Alrighty. Only on these two lands. I mean, yeah, if people rise up against me, I can revoke their lands, so that would be nice, actually. Goodbye, Tundra. Okay, yeah, it looks like all our cultural traditions are the ones I read earlier, so maybe I was wrong and I am the same culture. Just remembered the name. I am not employing a court physician. Why is my Stargazer so terrible? Oh, apparently everyone sucks at it. You can have the position. You're slightly better. You do. Piety and stuff. Nice. Let's see. Step raiders, torchbearers, heavy horse archers. Ooh. Horse archers. What's the difference? They're worse in the winter. They have fewer benefits and more negatives. Okay. Nomadic settlement. Alrighty. Takes legitimacy, which I'm about to lose because I'm marrying a peasant. Not that I had many good choices. I need more concubines as well because of my religion. It's my stargazer. A lustful concubine should at least give me a lot of kids. Better than the chaste one. I'll take that. How many do I need? Just the one? Okay. No. Oh, someone in my rank on. Yeah, I need more. Okay, there we go. Great accolades, but I don't really. Well, maybe once I actually unpause, I'll have things. Demand tributaries. Because that's probably smart to do. What's this? This is this guy. We're gonna probably try with him in a second. That will update later. Okay, that's awesome. Let's see. Not for now. Helps fertility. I think I won't start with trying to see the future. Coup for court position. Let's get a. Ooh, those are cool. Let's get a physician though. Alrighty, let's unpause. Take it slow. Yeah, married a lowborn. Everyone hates me. Oh, I have to hold court. Oh, I do also have to hang my banners. Why are they so not symmetrical? Someone is asking me for equipment. Who are you? He's part of my coral die. Yeah, I guess I'll spend money. Keep the grandeur. Oh, look at that. He got a sword. All right. Oop. Damn. Oosh. Okay, here's my main buildings. Herd so these are runners. Oh yeah, we could go raiding. But I think, yeah, first order of business. Tributary, please. So he is the more experienced one. Callus is a bit unfortunate on a physician, but better than the other guy. Oh. Well. I will make you my tribute then. Oh. Let's see. Move. Bring our armies to force them into our tributary. That's me. Faith hostility. What are the faiths around here? Okay, so I should probably move south for my rating and stuff. Ooh, I should also look at, yeah, holy sites. Breslov. Kerch. Is there only 4? No, 5. I see. We won our battle. And we're laying siege. Fertility's low and slightly rising, slightly falling here. I have no factions to deal with. Oh, he has an alliance. That is... He just formed an alliance with them, huh? Okay. Let's see if we can do this siege. They're retreating. To probably go group up with them. My wife is pregnant. Oh yeah, I should at least seduce her. Of my subjects, he is the most disobedient. Or he is the most military. So let's see about me. Oh wait, I forgot. That's personal. Well, hopefully he's fine. Like I said, if they rise up, maybe we just put them down. Ooh, valuable prisoner. That makes that easy. Yeah, so now they're kind of part of our territory as a tributary. That's neat. Now I can actually hold the court. My liege! My acquaintance seeks the honor of serving in your retinue. This guy seems pretty solid. He's gay. That's fine. Yeah, sure. The knight. Another vassal. My lord, I am sure someone in the Bodun is out to get me. You suspect my spy master. Malice is not a crime. I'm not accusing my spy master. He wants my title. Do I duel him? I think I duel him. I ain't no coward. Plus he's a 0 prowess. I will show you how I raise a hammer. That is unfortunate. Can't even hit me. Strike, parry, riposte, victory! Hey. Okay, cool. And I am done getting me some of that legitimacy back. Not enough, but some. Let's see. Yeah, we got throat singing galore over here. I don't have the money to get you as a sponsor. Let's see. You become my tributary or die. Or I'll just force you to. But. Seducing my wife. How do I want to go about it? She is calm, content, and forgiving. Sure, we'll do tenderly. Hey, smart choice, my guy. Yeah, my seductions are working. Okay, so are they both my tributary now? Because I think I tributaried them and they had tributaried these people, so now they're all mine. Yeah, Garlux. That's us. Okay, so technically my kingdom should be up here. I just own a bunch of stuff down here, which is interesting. Does that mean I have... Sure. I don't have a casus belli. Herder and cannot be attacked. I can demand as tributary. I just need prestige. How much is a hunt right now? Probably a lot because I'm the king. Oh, it cost herd. Where is my herd actually? It's my migration. It's my capital. Oh, there's my herd. Okay, I can probably afford that. Legitimacy per month would maybe be good on this. Thanks, wife. Having one of these is also generally good. Protecting me from schemes is good and fine. Have him do... Yeah, we should go raiding, actually. That's what we should do. Set him to organize raiders. Raiding time. Alrighty, let's go raid. Really do. Also, I think short term, I'm just gonna try and get all this territory for the kingdom I hold. And then long term, getting control of these passes so I can actually access all the lands down here more easily for raiding purposes. A lot of good money here. 17, 10, 10, 10, 17, 10, 10, 10. We'll see what they muster against me, though. Also, they are Muslims, so faith hostility, I think. Yeah, evil. Evil. A daughter. Boo. Ooh, she is Amazonian. Let's keep with the Karluk names. Mala. Just have to keep an eye that an army doesn't show up and beat me down while I'm trying to raid. Oh, you want to give me a concubine? Who? Oh, my stargazer. Oh, wait, his stargazer. She has a stutter. Sure. Yeah, they do have an army coming up here. 13,000 or 1,300, not thousand. Army toughness is nice. What else? Census. Yeah, sure. Oh, no way, I'm missing prestige. What? Wait, she's my. She's the one who I just was gifted. Sure, why not? I don't have much else for my spy master to do. See if any of my women are cheating on me. I'm defending. I have the faith hostility. I think I can win this fight. It says I'm going to win this fight, so hopefully I win this fight. Might be close if I do end up winning this, but it's not looking good. It's also, yeah, I should have checked the terrain. My horses are gonna do very poorly in here. Darn. I wanted the money so bad. Darn. Should pin my child so I forget to educate them and stuff. Really made me retreat as far as possible. Okay. There's not a lot of gold up over here. What about over here? If I get around these lands, yeah, why not? My camper cheating. Boom, boom, boom. At least in the desert, we should perform a bit better in battle than the mountains. Hmm. Raid complete. Where is that? It's over here. Let's see about hitting this. Ooh, yeah, you control this land. So if I raid on the other side of the river again, oh, another very, very strong daughter. But I need a son. Marshal Burke. Bellum Justin. We just sacked a stronghold. Ooh. Fertility growth is potentially handy, especially if I'm not going to be able to really break out of where I'm at anytime soon. Yeah, we'll do that. Oop. Still only about half full on my raid loot. Let's see if we can, or less than half full. See if we can get some more. One more raid. Maybe this land. Who owns it? It's like people finally are like, what the hell are you up to? So I'm gonna try and leave. Got him. Take any ransom money people send me. Let's see. All my armies are returning. What else can I build in here? Do some upgrades and stuff. Let's see. That seems smart to grab just so I don't have to move as much. That's also neat. I'm actually going to grab this. The Contemplation Center. This is the good land, though, but I can't raid it because I got too strong. Alrighty, we're gonna disband the raiders for now. Look at... They're not stationed. A lot of herd. I'm gonna join his hunt. I thought I gave myself a caravan master, or a little caravan master. But I guess I didn't. Oh, no! Okay. This time... This guy? What the hell? I will shoot the bird. Yay! Good to see. Same-sex relations are criminal in our religion. The tactics of the chase. Nurge outcome? Oh, special type of hunt. Called an urge. How neat. I do need legitimacy again, so... My next feast could be free. No, I want the Nurge thing for more legitimacy, hopefully. Ooh. Yeesh. Poor guy can't even hunt right. Oh. Wait, so do I get nothing from that? Okay, never mind. Boo. Boo! No. No. Is there fertility? Oh, my daughter is old enough to be tutored. I think we want scholarship for you. Or not scholarship, stewardship. Ooh, don't have anyone great. Her getting just would be nice. Please teach her to be just with any of your traits. Please, please, please. Oh, my wife. She's not lustful or anything. Yeah, I'm just gonna trust her. Let's see. Go night heavy. That might be fun. Having more damage on my calves also. Oh, I do also really like that army movement speed. Uvu. The Uvu Mounds. That's also pretty handy as far as actually having an income goes. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Barter stalls. Getting us some barter stalls. Worthy successor for our knights. Another hunt, might as well go. Some more experience. I have a faction. Just peasants. Wait, they want to establish a new nomadic ground. Alright. Good luck with that. Breaking the circle. Deer scatter. We're gonna regroup. Somewhat more successful. Boo. Excellent Nurge. Okay, that's weird. Don't know what that notification was supposed to be for. Oh, okay. That one was much shorter than the previous one. Parthian tactics for all the cav buffs. Can I just revoke his title? No, he won't accept. It is very fertile land. Sovereignty war. What is that? Could get a hunting eagle. That sounds fun. Hey, capture the golden eagle. Zephyr. Find enforcements, tributaries of his. Okay. Who are his? Wait. Okay. Let's see. Herder, nomad. They believe are all paying to him. So I think these two are tributaries. Let's go for it. What the hell? It's not me. Now it's me. Ooh, good commander score. I'm just gonna turn up the music somewhere. Combine our strategies. I think they were off raiding when I started the war. Independence. Oh, God damn it. Alrighty, let's see. They're trying to run. How dare they? Easy war. Wait, so that didn't transfer anybody to me? So confused. Concubine's pregnant. Gonna report again. Let's begin. bandits. What is control like? It's just the one territory. I mean, come on. And it's the one you just conquered. Yeah, no. Who needs cultural acceptance? I want renown. Ba-ba-ba. Yeah, no, stop. Everyone just wants me to imprison other people, and I am not here for it. Okay, I did get this land. Ooh, all of it. Alright, if I were... exploit... okay, wait, so if I migrated... must be able to attack all rulers who hold land in Zetsu. We can join the conquest. Leipzig. It's not Leipzig. It's Leipzig. Okay. Yeah, no. Don't attack my... Okay, summon over there. But don't attack my tributary. Oh, they might get that siege done with before I can get there. And that will probably, yeah, give them 100% war score because they captured the guy's family or something. Unfortunate. Okay, so I lost that tributary, so I'm dealing with... They conquered that land too. Can I spy master some land? What else does he own right now? He has a lot. Oh. Gotcha. Nah. Yeah, we'll do another hunt. Dry lands. Then we should probably do some raiding again. Is there a way to see the raid value of land? From military tab? No. Okay, at least he bowed to me, so that's good. Finally, I have a son who is at least robust. Bachman. The great nurge begins. What? Oh, yeah, because you got conquered, you idiot. Oh, come on. Let me succeed one of those, please. Also, why do I just not gain any stress? I feel like I haven't gotten any. It's wild there's so many opportunities to, like, save guys on hunting trips, then they become your lover, but we're homophobic, so. Another son. This one is a concubine child and not as cool as the other one. APAC. No. No. Big look. Big look. So it is past 8, so I've done my 5 hours. I'm probably going to finish this hunt and then we'll save and we'll continue this on the next stream. Tomorrow I will be streaming, although I will be ending at like 7 because I have a party I have to go to. But after that, normal schedule again, pretty much. I want to get some nerd success out of this hunt, so 50 legitimacy. A social king. Oh, broke my wrist. Huh? Oh, so there we go. Jeez. Oh wait, does he get legitimacy and I don't get anything? I just get prestige. Oh, okay, I need to do hunts, but they're so expensive because I'm a king. Everyone just expects more from me. Okay, this guy is still gonna lose us land if he dies. Who's your... Why don't you have a wife? My man. Get laid. Please. Otherwise I'm gonna have to revoke your land so I keep it instead of you. Maybe I just try and do that so he rises up and then I put him down. Having one of my concubines be my friend, who is also my caravan master, seems good. Once I am home, I will save. I'm home! Okay, not a bad start, I feel like, even though there was that one raid I messed up. Expanded our land, got tributaries, and did one successful raid at the very least. Next time we'll probably do more raiding, try and keep working on getting more of the kingdom land over here in our control. See how it goes. But thank you very much, everyone, for watching. I will see you tomorrow. Peace.